This work session of the West Lafayette Community School Corporation Board of Trustees. We are here to talk about policy. I shared with you all the list of policies in order on the agenda, so that is where we will begin after we take our public comment from Herr Stute. If you are ready, sir. No? You want? Oh. It says work session, sorry. I am confusion. Never mind. Okay, you're just here. Great. Glad you're here. Okay, so the first item we are going to talk about in the regular meeting is G350. The way I want to run this is we're going to go around. Everybody's going to have an opportunity to speak twice. We'll go in order from Daisha to myself, and then we'll move on. So, Daisha, do you have anything you would like to share about G350?
I would, at the last meeting, Dr. Greiner was going to collect feedback from the principals and share. So I just was curious what that feedback was.
Thank you. All stated they had no concerns with yeah.
Anything else?
That's my question.
Great. Lawrence?
We still have that 24-hour notice period in the policy, right?
Yes.
We still have, okay.
In the version that we will be voting on, that is correct. Rachel, anything on this one?
I do not.
Yui?
So, yeah, I talked to some colleagues who are in the special education field and about this kind of policy. And one concern they shared with me is, I think that's kind of valid. So during the meeting, if some other students' names are mentioned, how do we deal with that? Do we need to have anything explicit about other students' privacy?
As far as if, for example, a family is meeting with a principal about a bullying incident and they wish to record it and they're speaking about other students.
Right.
That's a good question. Do you?
The recording would be owned by the family recording, so they're going to have that recording.
Is there any way that we could preserve? I suppose if that's a good reason for the family to give the school notice so that they can request that they use a different name for that student or call him by his first initial or something rather than using his entire given name. That might be a way to preserve the privacy. That would probably be an administrative guideline issue for how to use that if it comes up.
I'm not sure you can tell someone what to say or not say in a meeting.
That's true. Well, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I suppose when our administrators get here, we could ask them.
My understanding is that in a meeting, you can't talk about other students. I mean, there's privacy issues if it's a meeting or a public. We're not allowed to be, asking teachers and administrators to share private information with me about another child.
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm saying that if my student is being bullied by John Smith, and I am in the meeting talking to the school about incidents that have occurred between my student and John Smith, I might use that student's name, and that's the privacy concern you have, Rachel?
Well, I was just going to say that was specifically the conversation we had last time, is that this teacher, if without that notice, a parent could come in and say, hey, Mr. Stute, I would like to record a conversation with you about John Witt in your classroom, right? And you would not be able to say no to them in the policy in the way that we have written it. And if that parent wants to come in and talk about John Witt and how they're not a good match for their child, they're going to have a recording of him saying anything which is nothing about John Witt because he cannot do so. So, I mean, this whole policy is rife with issues and exposures for our teachers. That, I think, is an administrative guideline and giving direction, and that's, I mean, everybody should be
I
concerned.
don't think the teacher's going to bring it up. I thought the question was, what if, I thought Dr. Yin was suggesting, what if the parent brings a name up? And my point is, our recording, we're going to protect, but we won't own the recording of the parent. So my point is, we can't tell a parent what to say and not say. Of course, if Mr. Stute is having a conversation with a parent, I'm not suggesting he's going to be speaking to the parent about other students. But if a name comes up in a recording, I'm just saying, Dr. Yen makes a good point, that they're going to go home with that recording and they own that recording.
But my point is the teacher's going to remain silent and the parent's not going to have an effective meeting with the teacher in that situation. If they insist upon recording it, they're going to not get much information that might actually help their child.
I see.
I hear you.
Sorry about that, Herr Stute. You just happen to be the teacher in the room today who has my child in your classroom.
So the policy as it's written now is that the corporation requests a parent provide 24 hours prior notice. That's the one we're going to be voting on. And I agree that there are a lot of issues in which people will need to use their discretion, particularly employees of the corporation. But does anyone have any other thoughts? Brad, Tom? No. Do I need to go around again, or are we prepared to vote on this one? Everybody good? Okay, super. The next one that we have to look at is C200 and bullying. So let's pull that one up. One of these days I'll learn how to open in a new tab inbox. Okay. Same procedure. This one, I believe we only have the one version also. I don't see any suggested changes. Let me find the work session. Oh, okay, sorry. There we go. C200 does have suggested revisions. If you look in the folder entitled 916 work session policy suggested revisions, that's where those are living currently to try to keep them all straight. So I believe it was Lawrence who had a lot of suggestions about this one. And the consistent advice from our legal counsel has been that this is an area which is of significant exposure, and that they highly and strongly recommend that we leave it as it came to us originally, and our administrators have concurred with that. So with that information, Daisha, do you have anything you'd like to share about C200?
Yes, so C200, there are numerous revision parts that I had recommended, and at least the legal counsel that was shared with the whole board, they never said that we shouldn't include any of these. And so I'm not understanding. Last month we started with the first one, the first recommendation that I had, but there were several others. And so tell me, I'm not clear on what you're wanting us, how you're wanting us to proceed, because I have any of the documents that I read, that's not what they've said. So I can go to the points where they said that. I can talk about why I recommended revisions. I'm not sure what you're wanting.
Well, I'm looking at the email with the subject line C200 from Thursday, August 29th from Jessie Billingsley. And in the second paragraph of what she wrote, it says, I would not recommend the board adopt the additional language regarding bullying. First, the language goes beyond the legal definition of bullying. If the General Assembly wanted schools to address one-time severe incidents with the potential to be repeated as bullying, it would have revised the law. Second, it will be difficult practically to implement such language, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's pretty clear from legal counsel that they don't want us to fool around with this one.
So that's, if you look at the revision, that's the first recommended revision. There's numerous revisions, and that's not what they said for the whole thing.
Where are you?
So if you go to page 3, well, actually page 2
What? Of the policy?
of the revised policy, the
Okay.
policy revisions that I had submitted. So that was the response to the first one, which is fair. Second one is under education, where I recommended that it say kindergarten through 12. And legal counsel said if this is the practice that is going on in our school, that we should have it changed to say K through 12.
Is there a reason why it was written with first through 12?
That's the way it's written in the law, I believe. So when we talked, we just suggested, why not keep it consistent with the law, knowing that it is a K through 12 program. So we're already doing the K through 12. We were just keeping it consistent.
Now, why, when we had the presentation from the principals, they're doing K through 12, why would we not have our policy match our practice? If it's just the law we want, that's not the purpose of our policies, it's just copy and paste law. It's to take law, put in what we're required to put in, and then make it work for our school district.
Rachel, what did you have to say?
It's not uncommon in policy that policy would be compliant with the law. And we can act above the law, we can't act below the law. And so at some point, we have to decide what we feel we need to tell our administrators to do, rock solid in policy, and what the expectation is in terms of compliance with the law. So it's a bit of a, from my perspective, in all of the policies, how far you stretch them up above what is legally required or personalized to your school corporation is, for lack of a better word, a style choice.
Okay, well, I am comfortable with voting on the original version of C200 first, and then if that doesn't pass, we can vote on the amended C200 to include kindergarten. Would that be acceptable?
Meaning, so this is just one of several recommendations that need to be changed.
Well,
You're only on page 3, and there's quite a bit on page 4.
okay, tell me what is on page 4 that you're concerned about, because my copy doesn't have anything blue on page 4.
Okay, so the revision one on page 4 says that paragraph under parent involvement. Parent notifications for all students involved will occur in an expedited manner. And currently, legal counsel is proposing to tell parents after 2 days. And I have proposed that we have to tell parents by the end of the first day that it's happened.
And I believe the 2 days is what the law says, right?
The law actually says 5, so we're even doing better than the law.
Great. Well, I think 2 is a healthy compromise between the same day and 5. I know our teachers and our administrators always strive to exceed the law and exceed what we ask of them whenever that's possible. And it seems to me that with the number of things that can go on in a building, making it a matter of policy for it to be the same day could be detrimental, particularly if an incident occurs at 2:59 and they get out at 3. So I like the extra flexibility of the 2 days. Does anyone else have a thought or two about that? Rachel?
Would it make sense to put in as soon as is reasonably practical, no greater than 2 days?
Does that work for you?
We'll work with the board. We were asked what our recommendation was, and for this policy, I'm going with the recommendation of legal counsel.
I'm comfortable with that. I was just trying to strike some variety of.
And I'm not suggesting either that, I mean, if you guys talk, the board talks about it and there's something they're going to put in there, but if on this policy, if I'm asked my recommendation, we've talked with administrators, and I think we would all agree that with this policy, the way it's written, we're comfortable with.
Okay, I think our administration has made it very clear what their recommendation is. And if you would like to spend more time iterating on this one, we can. But I think our administration is speaking to us clearly, and so is our legal counsel. So
Right, and that's how, my view is that's how policies work, is we get input from legal counsel, we get input from administration, but then we're allowed to give input from a perspective. For this one as a parent, I feel very uncomfortable with this particular part as a parent. If my child is being bullied at school, they're sent home, The next day they go to school, and at this point, I still have no idea that they are dealing with that situation. And that, to me, is very concerning that we're putting children and not alerting parents. And so, but it's each of our, as board members, we will determine on how we want to handle that.
Rachel?
I think, though, that it was clearly established when we received a presentation on bullying in our schools and we understood that dynamic, that often there are false complaints, there's misinformation, there are things that could put more children. I mean, I think our administrators are 100% behind supporting a child who is at risk for any reason, from harm from another person or harm to themselves. They're going to prioritize that child's safety. I think that is a basic tenet of what our educators do. But I think if you are sharing information with a parent before you have all the information and there are multiple children involved, that could create an additional very difficult and inappropriate situation. So I just want to throw that out there, that I think we have to use caution, that we share information that is complete and truthful.
I agree. Thank you. Lawrence?
Yeah, I think we should share the information as soon as possible. I mean, the same days or something like that, because this safety is quite important. We want to protect our students. So there may be some false information in case, but we still want to protect the student. That's my my reading of these things.
Okay. I feel confident that we are ready to take a vote on this one.
We're not through all the revisions that's been recommended.
Cool. Go ahead.
So then the next revision that was recommended right underneath that says that they are to share regular updates on the progress and findings of the investigation and of any remedial action that has been taken, was my recommendation for that.
If my student, my child is being disciplined at school on an ongoing basis, that is not information I think I'd feel comfortable having shared with another family, particularly with the way people are prone to share information. So I don't feel that that is something we should codify. Does anyone else have any thoughts?
So just to make sure it's clear, legal counsel said they had no issues with the first two parts of the policy, in that saying that schools, that schools should be sharing regular updates on the progress and the findings of the ed investigation. Both those parts, they said in their response to the board, they had no issues. They did have concerns about any remedial action that has been taken, that could infringe on privacy rights. And so I'm fine striking that last part after hearing from legal counsel. But I think that it's important to include in our policy that parents are informed of the progress and in findings of the investigation.
Thank you for that opinion. Anybody else have anything to say? Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Are we still doing it?
Well, we're all out of order, so I figured if anyone included you, go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I also agree that we should notify the parents as soon as possible. And if not on the same day, maybe within 24 hours. And I understand that sometimes the investment is not completed, but at least we can give them some preliminary notice. Say, this is the investigation hasn't been completed, but they're in case they have any concerns, because they may need to help their kids at home to cope with bullying and those things. I think it'll be helpful for parents to know as soon as they can.
Okay.
Another thing is, I remember last semester, a community members came to speak about the discrepancy between the state report and the school report. Well, not school report, how they feel. And so we have a bully definition here, but I wonder who will decide whether incidence is a bully or is a
I
conflict.
think that's a legal definition.
I understand, but because in this policy, we talk about that the district will report to IDOE about the incidents, but I wonder under what situation, who will decide, okay, it is a case that we need to report, or it's not, it's just a conflict? Because I found people use bully kind of in a broad way. Oh, this is bully, that is bully, but
Sure. If it is considered bullying through the investigative report, then it does get documented that way in Skyward. And then when it's time to report to the state, the documentation within Skyward is communicated to the state.
okay, so that means if it's not documented in the Skyward, that it's not considered as an official.
Yes, if it wasn't bullying, it won't be put into the Skyward as bullying. If the report concludes that it was bullying, then it will be documented accordingly. That's correct.
Okay.
And is, in your experience as a professional educator, is that a determination you can always make within the first several hours after an incident, or is that something that takes time to come to light generally?
They go through a process and complete a documentation, a report.
Okay. Okay, any other thoughts, Lawrence?
Yeah, I have, I have two additions as I sent the email several days ago. But first of all, I just wondering, when, I mean, the original process we are kind of agree upon is if anybody provide suggestions, there will be added into the document, and then we can discuss on the school board. So are we still following that process?
We're doing that right now.
Okay. And then, so that's why I say I have two additions. One is under the investigations. So that's the per Indiana code, the 2033-835. So that code required the public school make some documentations. So I would add the sentence provision stating the school corporation shall document acts of bullying and abusive behaviors which are against the victim and committed by a verified predator. So I think this will be a good provisions for this policy, and is also required by Indiana code.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay, sounds good to me. Anybody
What
else?
is it?
Great, okay.
I have
let's-
one more, I have two.
Sure. Go ahead.
Another suggestion addition is according IC 2019-3-11.5. That's require all school corporations maintain a link on their website to internet website resource page maintained by the Indiana Department of Education that provide parents and school officers with resource or best practice regarding the prevention and the reporting for bullying and the cyberbullying. So I would suggest to add this into the education section. So this will be part of education. We have provision regarding student education and also education, anti-bullying education for our employees. I think that this also be necessary for education our parents and also communities because anti-bullying is whole community's effort. So I would say, I would suggest add that into this policy. Thank you.
Okay, going forward, here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We are going to email to the entire board our suggestions.
Okay.
We are going to send them to the lawyer and to our administration. And if our lawyer and our administration says that is a terrible idea, we are going to stop there. That's going to be the end of that conversation because we hired them to give us that legal advice. And I think the suggestions you're making are both things to which the lawyer said, no, thank you. And that is why they do not appear in the folder, only at the point where a policy suggestion has passed through those two gates, will it be on the folder for us to consider voting for? And those things need to happen in advance of the meeting. I understand that you didn't like that answer, but that's the answer we got from legal, which is don't do that. Yes, Rachel?
I'm sorry to respectfully disagree with you a little bit here,
Okay.
but if members do not agree with the content of the policy or the recommendations made by legal counsel, their opportunity to voice that complaint once it's gone through the process you described, which is out to the board, feedback given, legal counsel opinion weighed in on it, then the moment then we're at an impasse. We have a difference of opinion of what the policy should constitute and how it should be worded. And then the last opportunity to speak up about what you don't like about the policy is when you vote for or against it. So the vote is the communication.
Right.
It's not just, I heard in what you said that everybody needs to understand that when legal counsel gives us this, it's time to move and comply, but I don't think, it's not really comply. It is, we have an answer, we have all the information. Does everybody have what they need to vote? If they have what they need to vote, then we just need to vote, as Mr. Schott has said. You either vote for the policy as written or you don't. And if you've clearly stated your reasons for not, then that's, I'm sorry, I might be picking at it a little bit, but
No, I think what I would respond is that legal counsel has been flexible on many things in this process. If we have wanted to change a phrase or a word, they have been, yeah, that doesn't matter. But on this particular policy, they've been extremely clear. This is going to open up a lot of liability if we fool around with it or add a lot of extra things from the law or change definitions, and that could lead to future legal action in a way that is against what we're supposed to be doing, which is preventing liability for the school.
and I don't disagree with you. The issue is that the authority still resides with the board. The authority does not reside with the attorney.
Sure,
So the attorney
absolutely.
can give that legal recommendation, and if 3 people who are on the board or 4 people or however many people do not agree with what is written, then they vote against it. But we can't just arbitrarily do what legal counsel suggests. They work for us, we don't
Sure.
work for them.
And I think at the point where we are having multiple substantive disagreements with our legal counsel, that would be the point at which we would seek new counsel. But I don't think CCHA has demonstrated that they are out of alignment with our community's values in such a way that that would be a conversation we'd need to be having at this point. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It might be splitting hairs, but I do think it's important to keep a clear delineation that the members of the board ultimately are voting to enact policies on the recommendation of legal counsel. If members of the board do not care for the recommendation of legal counsel, they can vote against the policy.
Right, and if in the event that this particular policy is voted down, because we're on like the 7th reading of this one, if this is voted against by the majority, we will take it back to CCHA and say, this policy is not in line with our values. We want you to change it in a way that's compliant with the law and also is aligned with our values. But arbitrarily adding Indiana code, I don't think is aligning it with our community's specific values. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank
Cool.
you.
You bet.
I have a question on the procedures.
Sure.
So my understanding of what you're saying is you have determined, listening to legal counsel and administrators, how you're going to vote, and you are limiting what information we are given, we share publicly or we discuss. And so I'm not understanding. So Lawrence, ahead of time, sent the requested revisions like you have asked. He did everything he was supposed to. You sent it to legal counsel. They gave their opinion. And then Lawrence said, I'd like this included in the packet so that it can go out, we can have a discussion. And your response was, I support legal counsel, it's not going in the packet. And so help me understand where you have the authority to decide what all of us think and view on these revisions.
That's a leap. I don't think I told you what to think.
Well, not think, but I mean, like, for example, this bullying one, you said very clearly, I will be bringing the original to the board, and we're
I'm
not
going to do
bringing
that on
any
all of them.
others.
I'm going to bring the original one first, and if that is voted down by the majority of the board, then we'll bring the next one, and so on, because we can't vote on this or that. It has to be this, yes or no, this, yes or no, this, yes or no. And if I bring Rachel's version before I bring your version, then I'm playing favorites or whatever. So the only fair way to do it is for me to bring the legal recommendation of our professional counsel first,
Right.
see if that passes. If it doesn't, then, or if by some miracle there's something everyone agrees on that, yeah, we should include they, them instead of he, she in this particular policy, and everyone's agreed, that's easy. Then we'll just amend the first one. But if it's something that there's disagreement on among board members, then I'm going to bring the one that CCHA recommended first and the one that our administrators have recommended first,
That's fine.
because there has to be an order.
Which
I
that
mean,
doesn't
I've
bother
never
me.
done this before. I've been building this plane as it's been crashing. So I apologize if there has been tweaking of the system along the way. I never would have guessed it would have taken us 9 months to pass 6 policies, but here we are. So I am trying to hear everyone's suggestions and hear everyone's opinions and still actually get the work done. And that isn't me telling you what to think. That's me trying to get the work done. I don't
And I
understand
apologize, I
what you
misspoke. I
said.
did not mean to say, and you're exactly right. You've never told us what to think, and I apologize. That was inaccurate. What I'm asking is, I have no issues with however you want to bring them forward to vote. It's that you're denying people, board members are saying, I would like this revision in place, and you're saying, I don't, and so I'm not willing to include it.
I'm
And
not
why
saying
do
that.
you have that authority before there's a board vote?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying our legal counsel says that your revision, Lawrence said, I want to smoke cigarettes. And the legal counsel is a doctor now. And they said, no, that's a bad idea. You'll probably die. And he said, okay, how about cigars? And legal counsel said, no, that's a bad idea. You'll probably die. And so did our administrators. And then he said, okay, what about cloves? And everyone again said, no, that's still a bad idea. And that was the email exchange we had. It was just more wordy than that. And so what I'm saying to all of you is legal counsel has said on this particular policy, this one is dangerous to fool around with. It is not one that we want to mess with. And if the Indiana code is aligned with our values as a school district, I mean, the policies don't say don't murder anyone either, but we're not going to do that. You know, we're going to follow the law above all else. And so I don't feel like it's necessary to spell out, we're going to follow this code and this code and this code, if doing so is going to open us up to legal liability. It's just not. And so I'm reiterating that we are being recommended a course that is the original version because that is safe for the district legally. And so far, no one has come up with any revisions that have increased the safety of the district or the students, in my opinion. And the timing, I can think of 100 different issues or 100 different reasons why, if we limit them to that same school day, if it's 2:50 on a Friday, that's hamstringing our teachers and forcing them into a situation where they have to go against the policies we've written. So I think what the lawyers have brought forward is reasonable. I will remind everyone again that they have said this is a particularly thorny policy that we shouldn't fool around with unless it is absolutely necessary to our values as a community. But I don't think anyone in this community values the ability to bully. So we're all singing from the same hymnal, and the safe course of action, according to our administrators and our legal team, is to leave this one alone. That's all I'm saying. If it votes down in the vote, then we will move on to your edits. And if those are voted down in the vote, we will move on to Lawrence's edits. And if those are voted down, we'll take it back to them and we'll say, hey, we can't pass this one. Could you please edit it? because that's their job. It's not our job. We're not lawyers. Last time I checked. Is that reasonable? I mean, I don't think that's unreasonable.
I do, but I mean, I've shared my
Okay.
view is different than yours, that I disagree that you are limiting what your opinion is you're limiting.
And how would you do it if
I
you're
would allow,
wise?
when Lawrence gives revisions like you asked him to, I would put it on like you have in the past of revisions and allow that discussion. For example, the revisions that I recommended, legal counsel never has said that these are not acceptable or allowed.
They have said this is not the policy to politicize.
So what I mean is there are a whole variety of revisions. You have asked us to put all of our own revisions in one policy. Legal counsel said 2 of my recommendations they didn't agree with, totally fair. But 2 of them, they thought these are valid things to add. And you're saying too bad, legal counsel says no, and I'm saying this is a lot
How
more
about this?
complicated than you're
Let's
making it.
vote on the original tonight. If the original doesn't pass, we won't vote on anybody's changes tonight. We'll send it back to them with your suggestions and all the suggestions and say, these are the things we would like incorporated. Please fold these in and bring it back to us. Would that be acceptable?
This isn't reasonable the way you're explaining it, so it's not a process.
What's not reasonable? I don't understand what's not reasonable.
Can I-
Yeah, Rachel, hi.
I'm sorry. We're not really arguing about a policy here. We're really arguing about a process. The process, the way that it was done in previous full policy reviews, was that we had the much debated policy committee, but a group of people, representatives from the board, administration, and an administrative person to keep track of changes that were being made. We would review a policy and it would have either or options in it. So it would say, this or this or this are the legal options. And we as a policy committee would look at what was already in place, what was the intent, get expert opinion on it. And we would say, hey, we recommend this. All of that would be then sent to the board, and the board could look and say, okay, policy committee has recommended this. Do we all agree to that? Or we want to argue about a different piece of it. What we're doing is playing out the this or that via different iterations and different sends to legal counsel. And it is remarkably inefficient.
Yep.
And seeks to, it makes it tough for people to feel fairly that they can give their voice to their concerns. And so what they're doing, and I do understand on some level, is just repeating themselves over and over and over again with exactly the same things. And so I feel like perhaps we might want to consider a similar format to our policy review, which would be pick one of these 3 options for this section and give that feedback. The problem is, we have to do that in light of open door and how we make that work. But I mean, this is not fruitful conversation that's happening here.
No.
And I also don't think it's really fruitful to just say, oh, we're going to put one out, see who votes for it, and move on to the next one. Like, I don't know that that feels right and comfortable to me either as a process. So I don't know the solution. I can just tell you what I have seen work in the past, and I wish that we could get closer to something along those lines.
Would anyone like to volunteer to be the policy committee?
Yeah, I can be.
I have also agreed to do that, as you know, but scheduling is a challenge.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's been 2 in the past.
I'd be happy to serve on it.
Yeah, I can serve on it, but can I have some comments first?
Can you
Yes.
hang on a minute?
Okay.
We're kind of on a different
Okay.
moment here. I feel like the chaos is the point. I feel like this is being done deliberately and the process is being slowed down deliberately for political ends, and that's very disappointing. If if the process is unacceptable, then I don't know where to go, because your schedule doesn't work, and getting people in a room with as many different personalities as we've had on this board has been difficult. And I don't know. Knock yourselves out. If you want to be the policy committee, Sure, go ahead, bring us policies, but I would like to see the original version first. And that's fine. This is not fun for me. I am not having a good time. And keeping track of it has been a nightmare for Mrs. Julian. And I honestly, there is a part of me that says, let's just go back to the old policies. They work just fine, because clearly this board is not capable of compromise or cooperation or collaboration in a way that is productive. So I honestly, I will entertain nominations for the policy committee during the meeting, and we'll go through that. That's fine. And we'll have these conversations wherever you want. I guess we can have them at McDonald's in front of the speaker. I think it's time to take public comment. Is there anyone who would like to? Well, there was a sign-up sheet for the work session, but then I think it got stirred up with the other. So, sure.
So in other previous board opportunities that I've been in, and also part of our church nomination, we use Robert's Rules of Order for our annual meeting, and all the churches send delegates. So when there is a conversation, at any point, a delegate can get up to the microphone and say, point of order, per Robert's Rules of Orders, here's how I understand this, or like say, hey, you guys are talking about this, but really the conversation should be here. So a recommendation would be, you bring the policy as written or as given from legal counsel. Do you have a motion? Yes. Okay, we're discussing this policy. Discussion on the policy. Then someone says, I would like to propose an amendment to paragraph 2, adding these words that are in your thing. And then you say, okay, you vote on, then if this is policy A, then you vote on 8.1. Yes or no? Okay, now we're back to this policy. Is this the policy we want to vote on? No, I'd like to make this additional amendment. Okay, what is this amendment? So then we'll call this 8.2. Yes or no? All right, now we're back to this policy with yes on 1, no on 2. Are we happy with this policy? I'd like to make one more thing. Okay, we'll call this 8.3. Yes or no? Okay, now we have yes on 1, no on 2, yes on 3. We're back to this policy. Is this the policy we want to vote on? Yes. So that's Robert's Rules of Order and how you can follow a policy as one, and then hopefully you work out all the main points of your discussion in the work session, but then you can kind of say, okay, here's all of our options, and yes, no, you kind of follow, each one takes a sub vote, you get back to the main document, that's the policy you pass or don't pass. And if that doesn't pass after all that, you go back to legal counsel and the drawing board. But hopefully at that point, you maybe only have, hopefully very few edits, but on something like this, which has caused a lot of discussion and a lot of back and forth, you could follow Robert's Rules of Order in that way. So there's a parliamentary option for something that has a lot of options to it. So there's my
Thanks. We're going to go ahead and recess at 5:45, and we'll come back in 15 minutes for the regular meeting. West Lafayette Community School Corporation School Board of Trustees, regular meeting on this beautiful September 16th. I apologize to everyone who got locked out. That will no longer be an issue here shortly when we get our new table and we move over to the new central office on Benton Street. And it's beautiful, and I'm sure you're all going to enjoy it. And there's one door. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Mrs. Delaney and her friends who are here to be good citizens. It's kind of hard for the video.
Yep.
Let me grab the sign.
Okay.
Absolutely. Okay. Right here. Right here. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Well, they're getting organized.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting our friends join. So this year, we actually every year we work on the life skills. And this year, instead of calling them life skills, we are focusing on our superpowers because that is what our mission is this year. So we have some representatives who have been examples of the superpower of friendship. So we have 2 representatives from each grade level. Typically, each classroom has someone. We're just so early in the year. We had to hurry and get these kiddos ready. So we are going to share just a little message from each of their teachers as to why they were nominated to be recognized tonight. So when I say your name, smile and wave, that's it, okay? Got it? Good. All right. So our first friend is Mia Roseman. And Mia was nominated by Mrs. Talukian, and Mrs. Talukian says, Mia is a wonderful example of the difference kindness can make. We had a student in our class who was having a hard time coming to class in the morning. Mia started waiting on the student and walking her down each day. Not only did the student come into class without tears, but with a smile instead. Mia continues to look out for her friend, and they even share friendship bracelets. Mia is always ready to lend a helping hand. She is dependable and willing to take students to the nurse, the office, or assist in any way. Thank you, Mia, for being a great friend and brightening our days. And next in kindergarten, we have Kai Smith from Mrs. Cattell's class. Nice job, smile and wave. Mrs. Cattell says, Kai is the perfect representation of kindergarten kindness. He comes in each day with the biggest smile and brightens the classroom. He is such a great helper. He pushes in friends' chairs, grabs trash, and is always happy to run an errand. He seeks out people who need support and does it in the sweetest way possible. Everyone is his best friend. He is a joy to have in class and a wonderful friend to all. And he's got a big smile.
Okay, our next runner here is our first grader in Mrs. Schindley's class, Colt Steele. And this is what Mrs. Schindley wrote about Colt, and it's so sweet. When we were asked to nominate a child from our class who exemplifies the life skill of friendship, my student teacher and I both immediately came up with Colt's name. Colt is not only kind to every child in our class, he is also quick to forgive others and to offer a helping hand when someone is in need. Colt is the friend who will be there for someone in an instant. He will go out of his way to comfort someone, to make them laugh, yet he expects nothing in return. He is genuine and thoughtful. Colt is the kind of friend we all need in our lives. And just think, it's really special that a boy so young has figured out how to be that friend to so many others. Next is Tavia Vogt, and she is a first grader in Mrs. Stout's class. And Mrs. Stout writes, Tavia is an exceptional student and friend to others. Although she is new to our school this year, she has gone out of her way to make other new students feel welcomed into our classroom. She volunteers to help walk the other students places. She invites them to play with her. Tavia has stepped in and helped many students with writing stations, reading, and modeling classroom activities. She is patient and loving to everyone. She always has a smile on her face and brightens our classroom up every day. What a special girl. Great job, Tavia. I'm so proud of you, Mrs. Stepp.
All right, and next in second grade, we have Leo Mao from Mrs. Spurlock's class. Mrs. Spurlock says, in addition to being a happy and good-natured second grader, Leo has been a proactive and helpful friend to classmates. Without being asked, Leo can be seen quietly assisting classmates who are new to WLES when they appear confused or uncomfortable. Leo's kindness and good humor are enjoyed by classmates as well as teachers. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor, Leo. We're grateful to know you. Also in second grade, but not able to attend tonight, we have Rahab Hassan, was nominated by Mrs. Benhart, one of our EL teachers. Rahab Hassan is a true friend. She always builds up her friends with kind and supportive words. She often puts others first by allowing them to take a turn before her. She is respectful of teachers and students in other classrooms when she walks quietly in the hallways, giving the quiet signal to remind others in the halls to stay quiet too. Rahab has a wonderful attitude about learning and being with her friends. She is a positive ray of sunshine.
Now we have third grade, and next is Alan Yuan from Mrs. Wolf's class. And Mrs. Wolf writes, Alan is a stellar example of all the life skills, so he is a great representative for the life skill of friendship. When I ask the students to write names of 2 people they work well with in the classroom, or someone who is a good friend but is also reliable and a person who works hard in class, Alan's name appeared on nearly all the students' cards. Some of the character traits that students felt were important in a friend included having good manners, being honest, fair and respectful, being fun, in appropriate ways, and being nice. I've never seen a student's name appear that frequently before. Alan is obviously not only a good friend, but also a person that other students trust. I couldn't agree more, and we are all very happy that Alan is in the Wolf Pack 2024-25. And last but certainly not least is Charlotte Irvine Sin in Mr. Brantley's class, also a third grader. Mr. Brantley writes, Charlotte is a real life example of a friend. She is kind to all and eager to help. She is empathetic and sees when others are down. She is quick to help lift them up. She has a smile that is contagious and is always happy. Charlotte is a partner that many want to choose, but she often seeks those in need, not just those that would be fun. She shows that she works to be a true good friend. I am grateful that you are in my class, and I know your classmates are too.
So allow us to pause for all the pictures, and then we'll do a final round of pictures, and then I'll begin with our next spotlight to hear more about our school. So give us just a second.
And as always, we don't expect our friends or their families to stay for the board meeting because meetings are hard when you're 8 and 7 and 38 and 48. So we could. Are you on? I think you're on.
Okay, so that was our fun stuff. Here's some more fun to hear a little bit more about our elementary school. Perfect, thank you. Just some quick overview of just our demographics and kind of what our school is looking like right now. We are excited to share that we have 11 preschoolers. We have had several families itching to enroll for next year already, so that's a very big positive. We currently have 656 kindergarten through grade 3. I know we have one more in the hopper, so add another kindergartner to that mix. They'll be starting next week. Currently, our free and reduced lunch rate is around 25.8%. That may be old data just because we're waiting for it to kind of recalculate through the IDOE. Currently, we have 78 students, including those who have intellectual supports as well as just speech and language. That's approximately 12% of our students are receiving some sort of special education. As far as teaching staff, we have 47 teachers, and then roughly 40, give or take, because there's a small army, as you can see from the picture. There's a small, I won't say army, a village, who is coming to help support our students. Just a few highlights. If you were anywhere near WLES on Friday night, you can see that family and community engagement is strong. It was our book fair family night, literacy night. The fire department rolled in with the truck. We had a food truck. The police were there to read stories with the students. We had a huge outpouring of help from the Purdue College of Education. So it was a fantastic event. So again, our partnerships with Purdue University are just kind of overwhelming sometimes. We have so many people trying to come into our school, which is awesome. We are excited to share that the year-long student teaching program that Purdue has implemented for this year, this is their pilot program, it is going very well. So we have student teachers who are coming in and visiting classrooms 2 to 3 times a week in the fall, so they get to see what school starts like. And then they'll come in full-time in the spring, kind of once the teachers have everything sorted out and it's beautiful. They get to see where we start at the beginning of the year with the routines and procedures. So that's been excellent. We're excited with our West Lafayette Early Learning Program. Things are going beautifully. The kids are learning, they're engaged. It honestly is a very well-oiled machine. And a lot of that is due to our teacher, Caitlin Johnson. She's doing a fantastic job, and our paraprofessional, Stacy Bogan. And then I did find out, okay, I haven't shared this with too many people, but last year we were invited to complete a nomination for the National Blue Ribbon Schools, and we will hopefully find out on Monday, a week from today, if we are a National Blue Ribbon School. So I will keep you all posted on that. Just wanted to go over some of our data. As you know, most of the assessments that go through the IDOE or that get reported on the GPS site, they're all testing our 3rd grade students. So all of this data is based on our 3rd graders. Just sharing a quick overview and comparison for our iRead 3 scores. Last year's students, we had 91.3% of our students pass. The year before, it was 92.4. Just one thing to note is that's not comparing the same students. So it's a different cohort of students each time because those kids have now gone on to 4th grade. I learned math. Last year, we were at a 78.0% pass rate. The year before, 78.1. And I learned ELA overall, that was where we saw the largest jump. That's a huge jump, actually. Last year was at 73% overall, and then the year before was at 63.9% overall. So we used that information to write our school goals that go along with our school improvement plan. So I just wanted to share a little bit of information about what our school improvement plan goals are and the things that we're doing to work toward those goals. So our first goal is focusing on the iRead. As you know, the state of Indiana is requiring all schools to have a 95% pass rate by the 26-27 school year. We are pushing a year early and hoping that we can get to a 95% pass rate by 25-26. So some things that we're working on that I think are really positive. Last year, we had our second graders opt in to take the iRead 3, as that was an option last year. 75% of our students have already passed. That means they're done, they don't have to take it again. So when looking with students who've moved in, it's been really nice that the IDOE has actually tied students who came from another Indiana school. We have their scores. So as of today, we have 64 of our third graders who will need to take the iRead 3, which is much better than all of them. Either they did not pass last time or they just weren't in Indiana and didn't have an opportunity to take that test. So some things that we've been doing to be proactive on this, we have interventions that have already been underway for students who at second graders scored at risk, meaning they are at risk to not pass. Students could have also scored on track, meaning with another year of growth, they should pass. And we've also had our interventionists complete some DIBELS assessments just to drill down and see if there are any gaps in their learning that we need to work on filling. And we've been having collaborative meetings with our third grade teachers, our special education teachers, our English language teachers, and our reading interventionists to make sure that those interventions are going straight ahead, and then we will continue to involve parents as well. So that's where we're going with our iRead 3. I see lots of growth, and I think having the kids take it in second grade helped us out in a couple ways. Number one, the second grade teachers now know what the test looks like. So there's less nervousness going on with that. And the kids have already taken it. They've had an opportunity to get into the system. It's not anything scary, it's just different. And we all know that kids don't always do well when something is different or new. So giving them an opportunity will be great. And this year it is mandated that second graders take it. So we'll see how many of them pass this year. Our second goal, again, this is looking at that same information. We are looking at the iLearn math assessment data. And this is something with our school improvement plan. It's a 3-year plan, so that's why the dates are for 25-26. Our goal is that 85% of our third grade students will pass the iLearn math assessment. This school year, we have opted in for the optional iLearn through the year checkpoints. So these checkpoints, there will be 3 checkpoints and then the regular summative iLearn assessment at the end of the year. These are an opportunity for our teachers to drill down into our curriculum maps and have a set of standards that must be covered between the time of these checkpoints. So that's really helped our teachers with curriculum mapping and planning. It also is allowing us to really see if the kids, how they are progressing at mastery of those standards. This is all new, we haven't seen it yet, so we're excited to try this out. Our first checkpoint will be in early October. So this will be great. It'll give the students a chance to get into the system and see what these tests are like. And then it will also give teachers great information to see if the students are mastering the standards that were given. And then if they have not mastered that, they also get another chance later on after teachers have gone back with interventions. They can then retest and see if they've made growth toward that mastery. Another thing that we've really been focusing on, especially last year, was vertical curriculum alignment, starting from kindergarten all the way up to third grade. So much of this focus is on our third graders, but the work begins in kindergarten. So it was nice last year to have some time to really put all of the heads together so that we could look at making sure that the new standards aligned with our practices, and then we look together to find out any gaps that we've been seeing. So that's been a fantastic thing last year, and we continue to do that this year. And our final goal, goal 3, this one is very convoluted in how it's written, so I will try to give you an easier version. This is focusing on the iLearn ELA assessment, but we're drilling it down only to the writing portion. So if you remember the ELA, that's where we had already had like a 73% pass rate, but our writing scores were not great. There's a couple things that we've noticed about these writing pieces. Number one, our students are used to writing on pen and paper. And the iLearn, this is the first time they've taken any kind of test like this, and they have to type their answers. So it was fantastic information. Last year, we had several parents opt to come in and see their students' score because they could review it, they could see what their child wrote. And many parents said, my child would have normally written 4 paragraphs for this answer, and they wrote 2 sentences. And that was strictly, I think it was just the overwhelmingness of having to type their responses. So in order to help them out, we've really been focusing we have a writing committee that has teachers from every grade level and different disciplines coming together to dig into the I Learn rubric for the narrative writing as well as the informative writing. This year, we're really going to start off with the narrative writing because that's the one that we did a little bit better on. We thought, let's see if we can continue pushing the envelope with that. So our team took the I Learn rubric for 3rd grade, and then they created 2nd grade rubric versions, 1st grade and kindergarten. So that way we have a seamless aligned curriculum, vertical alignment. And then the next step, actually this Friday, since we have our professional development day, the writing team is going to roll this out just to have more eyes on it to see if there's any adjustments that need to be made. And then we'll make plans to do some kind of benchmark assessments with our students just to see where they're at and then see what we can do with our continued instruction. Some of the nice things, we have our new Wonders curriculum, and it does come along with a reading and writing companion. And a lot of the work that we're seeing in that is aligned to the I Learn expectations. So we're hoping that we can see some great growth in using that resource that we've all been adopting, and then how we can match that up with our new I Learn rubric. Again, another focus that we're working on K-3 is getting students used to word processing, typing on a Chromebook, typing on a computer. And those are things that we shared with parents last year. There's many free resources out there like typing.com. I mean, you look it up on Google, you can find a typing resource. But those are some things that we are hoping that can kind of help our students feel better about getting what's in their brain and getting it onto the screen instead of onto the paper like we normally would. And then finally, just a few things. We are continuing, as we shared, there's been a lot of collaboration with our teachers, both grade levels and then across the grade levels. We're continuing to focus on the use of professional learning communities to build collective teacher efficacy. At the elementary level, the teacher is the teacher of all things. We don't get to decide, I'm only the math teacher, I'm only the reading teacher. I'm the teacher of all things. It can be quite overwhelming. So having teachers be able to collaborate together will help them, more heads together can always make it better. But then it also helps us to look at possible interventions that we could share and support with one another instead of having to be the sole provider of those instructions. And our teachers, again, have really been focusing on digging into our new reading curriculum, which can be difficult. Just anything new and without years to perfect it, you're kind of learning as you go. So that's what we're focusing on this year in our professional learning communities, is getting them some time to work with their reading curriculum and to build their curriculum maps. So just to conclude tonight, I want to thank Dr. Greiner and Mrs. Roth and Mrs. Crunk for their supports to improve our outcomes for our students. I think anytime I call over there and I say, hey, think we can do this, typically they can help me figure it out and find a way to make it happen. We also want to thank you, the board. I know you guys were all huge supporters of our preschool, so things are going well. And again, anytime we come to you for help, I know that we will get it. So I just wanted to remind everyone, we have our own mission statement that we used and we created through our PLC process. And we remind our students this every day. It's actually really cute because they have all memorized it and they recite it after we do the pledge. So our mission is, together we create a safe, supportive, and equitable foundation where all reach their highest potential. And we think this is so impactful because we are the foundation. We are the littles. And that can be very overwhelming when you think of all that responsibility. But we take that on and we value everyone's contributions to come and help us. So I know Mrs. Holmes would say, if anyone wants to come and help at lunch, like the First Lady of Purdue comes once a week and scrubs tables and hands out ketchup and ranch, and we appreciate that. So anytime you'd like to come visit, please do. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Yes.
Rachel?
Yes. You're welcome.
Thank you for that. I do have one question. As you were talking through all of this, and I think data is great. I love hearing it, but I also wonder, with all of this work that you're doing, do the teachers still have space to do the creative fun things? Are they still feeling that sense of fun? Because I think that's kind of been the magic of WLS, and before that Cumberland, is the ability for some flexibility and fun for the kids and really engage in their love of learning. And I know that's at your heart, but I'm just curious if you feel with all of this data kind of, and really what's being required of us by the state, can you still have fun?
We can still have fun.
Okay.
We try our hardest, but you're right. It's a lot. There are a lot of requirements. There are a lot of new things, and there are lots of ever-changing things. So that's part of our push to use our PLC, our professional learning community, so that way we can kind of share the love, with all of those requirements and still have time for some of that fun. But those are things, I'm glad you brought that up, because those are things just as an administrative staff, as some of our teacher leadership teams, those are the things we're trying to bring back, are some of those fun events. So I'm hoping we get our blue ribbon.
I'd say you know how to have fun at night too. Because
Yes.
Walking by, I forgot it was Literacy, and I walked by and I'm like, okay, the parking lot is full. So I ran home, changed, and came right back in. And boy, was it a good night.
It was awesome. I think forever, every time we have an event, my favorite thing is to step outside, and I walked out with Dr. Greiner, and to look at the playground, packed with kids, and see all the parents in their little clusters chatting and watching their kids. That is West Side to me. That is just a total community school. So I love those things like that. And it was very well attended. It was packed. So
We're not going to quote Dr. Greiner in the news that our elementary school likes to have fun at night.
maybe not. We like to have
Walked
fun.
right into it.
Period. So, did anyone else have any questions? Sorry, before you get down to business.
No,
Okay,
thank you
thank you
very
all.
much. The next item on our agenda is communication from the audience, and assuming everyone got a chance to sign up, the first one is Amy Masson.
There's mental health highlights.
Oh,
Is that-
I thought that was, I'm so sorry. Have a seat. Smith is next. I'm so very sorry. No,
We love
Y'all
seeing
remember me,
you.
but I'm
Thank you.
shaking in the boots girl from last year. Good evening, board. Thank you for having me again. Long time no see. For those of you who do know or don't know, my name is Allison, and I am the district mental health therapist here at West Lafayette Schools. And this doesn't get any easier.
take a deep breath. We're nice. It's okay.
Okay, so before we get started, I am a mental health therapist, and I will be just talking about some mental health topics. So just wanted to offer like a brief sensitivity warning to folks in the audience and everybody attending that I will be using words like suicide and just some heavier topics. So if at any point you need to leave the room, or you need to tune me out, or if you need to take care of yourself a little bit after this, that's okay too, because this is really heavy stuff. So to kind of launch us into this, I was asked to come and just kind of share like an update about mental health and what's going on. And I told Ms. Roth, I said it's actually a perfect time because September is actually Suicide Prevention Month. And what does that mean? It just is a time to remember those who have kind of lost their lives to suicide, but it's also a time to bring awareness to things like warning signs, prevention, and intervention, and just to have those conversations to reduce stigma. And me being here tonight and just saying these words in front of all of you is doing exactly that. And I also wanted to take this time because we have a really exciting grant that West Lafayette Schools just got. Thanks to Ms. Roth here, she did all of the background work of writing this grant, using her beautiful linguistics and making it sound really pretty, I'm sure. The stuff that I'm not good at. So we were given a grant. It is the Preventing Youth Suicide Initiative grant. And we have received that here at West Lafayette Community School Corporation. And this grant is a partnership with NCHS, which is North Central Health Services, and Education Development Center, or short for EDC. And they've kind of partnered together and offered these grants to a bunch of different schools in all over Indiana. And we happen to be part of cohort 2 for this grant. So it is a 2-year grant, and it's gonna go from 2024 through 2026. And what that means is that we are starting year 1 this year, and cohort 1 is starting year 2 this year. I think I said that right. But yeah, so year 1 is kind of that space where we're attending all of these trainings. We actually are attending a kickoff day, September 24th, where it's a full day just learning about this grant, just kind of like getting us the nitty-gritty details and the information. And there is a full school-based team that we are bringing to be basically boots on the ground for this grant. I would also like to take a moment to recognize those people because they all got this email and stepped up to join this effort, which is huge. So these are people that care about mental health, that care about students, and that are okay with like taking time out of their day to come to these meetings and support this. So at the elementary school, we have Anne Marie Holler, Jessica Shinley, Sasha Jones, Sarah Spears, Mara Brown, Chauncey Fry, Courtney Murtaugh, Marissa White, Molly Fordyce, Mary Russell, Tracy Small, and at the district level, Joe Tylindar, Equity Engagement Specialist. Also, I noticed that I said elementary school and I just kept going. All of those people do not work at the elementary school, just to be clear. I just kept reading. So yeah, we have kind of a team of leads and co-leads and supports at each school, and we all kind of come together in these monthly meetings to be part of this initiative, which is preventing youth suicide. So going forward, what's next for our team? We kind of have this pretty awesome group solidified. And tomorrow I'll be presenting at the junior senior high school more specifically about this grant for their professional development in the morning. And then on the professional day on Friday. So this is presentation 1 of 4 this week. So if I make it through this one, we're doing okay. And so just to kind of share more information about why staff involvement in particular is so important for this. There's a quote that I really like, and it says, not all suicide can be stopped, but youth suicide is preventable. So just kind of getting in front of staff and starting to communicate that message and what's coming, and also to gain a little bit more traction in case we do have spots that people would still like to fill, or just have ideas and are passionate and would like to contribute their time as well. So yeah, we have the big kickoff day, and then I'll be presenting to the different schools to kind of loop everybody in, and there will be more stuff to come as we kind of learn about different options that they're like, there's a packet about this thick about the different options and programs and interventions that we could do here at our school. And it'll be specific to West Lafayette, not just like, oh, here, try this. We'll have like some site visits where they come and meet with us specifically, some information and data gathering that'll be happening. So there's a lot of really cool and exciting stuff happening. Especially just in the world of mental health, having a grant specifically about preventing youth suicide is huge. So thanks for writing that and getting that for us. So kind of changing gears a little bit, just a broader community level. On this past Friday, September 13th, myself, Mary Russell, and Joe Tylinda, we all attended the Tippecanoe County Mental Health Roundtable meeting, and it was exactly that. It was a roundtable. Like, there were community providers set up exactly like you all are, and it was mental health providers from all over Tippecanoe County, some from schools, some that are like individual providers, a lot of schools. And they just went around and talked about the different services that they offer, and it was everything from like individual mental health therapists to other providers like Food Finders Food Bank, Pride Lafayette, Red Cross, so many. And then we had a chance to just kind of like network, and I cannot tell you all how many people were like, I've never heard of a position like yours before. I said, I know, right? It's pretty cool. And so just being able to network, and we were all wearing like our West Lafayette gear and just like really representing the school, but also just like making really cool connections with people in the community that maybe otherwise didn't know that we had a mental health provider, or ways that they could get involved with the school as well. So it was really, really cool to make those connections and kind of build some of those relationships. So I reached out to each of the schools to see if they had anything that they wanted me to bring this evening. So these are some position-specific and school-specific updates. So me personally, since the start of the school year, I've had 15 new student referrals come to me. And when I was here in May, I kind of let you all know that there was a couple kids that I was meeting with. We had to like take a little time off from summer, and then I started meeting back up at the beginning of the school year. So I have those students plus these 15, and that's kind of what we're working with. And it's really cool because
back for you too. It's really cool to be here at like the start of the school year and getting going, because I started in November of last year, so school was already fully underway. We had our routines, our schedules. So starting out this year has been really solid, and seeing the way that, you know, concerns kind of come up as we kind of start the school year has also been really helpful. At the elementary school, it was shared with me that they are starting classroom guidance lessons regarding identifying feelings, zones of regulation, which is really how we talk about feelings, and like de-escalating, and introducing some brain science. And at the intermediate school, I was informed that they are also starting classroom guidance lessons. And I actually had the opportunity to shadow Miss Murtaugh giving one of her classroom guidance lessons about like belonging and anti-bullying. And it was really cool to watch her in her element too, and gives me a framework to know what these students are hearing in their classrooms. She's also very much underway in her lunch groups. I believe she has 4 right now, including a new student group. So I think she eats lunch by herself once a week, if that. And she's also working with Miss Mary Russell at the high school, and they are bringing, there's a club at the high school. It's called Bring Change to Mind, or BC2M for short. And that's a club literally about destigmatizing mental health, which I have a little bit more about that. But they are working to bring that over from the high school to have it available for 6th graders, which is really cool. I think it's an awesome way to kind of get them introduced to that. And then when you get to the high school, you have a space that you belong already, which is really cool. As far as the junior senior high school, I was informed that we had 4 more staff members QPR trained, and QPR stands for Question, Persuade, and Respond, which is a suicide prevention intervention. Anybody can be trained on QPR. That's kind of the really cool part about it. And while we're talking about suicide prevention, that is crucial. That's 4 more people that can recognize maybe some warning signs and be able to intervene with that student if necessary. And that was through a Mental Health America grant. And I also heard that they will be collaborating again with Kala Collaborative Health, and they will provide small group sessions for juniors and seniors. And these are about skills such as time management, self-care, making smart decisions surrounding drugs and alcohol, relationships and boundaries, and much more. And that's over 4 sessions. And that is somebody coming in doing that for us at the school for free. We pay for none of it. I had a conversation with Miss Mary Russell about some of the students that kind of meet with her after they graduate, and they're like, man, like my education experience is so solid, but some of that stuff that I learned in that group helped me so much going forward. Just how to be a student, really, a college student. Also, final little update here, that the junior senior high school Bring Change to Mind Club, the one I was just talking about, is off and running, and that is for students in grades 7 through 12. And like I said earlier, it's just a club about breaking the stigma surrounding mental health. And this year there will be collaborating with the new Purdue Cares Hub, and that's the new like mental health care specifically at the engineering school. And they also have a couple Purdue athletes that are coming to speak to the students about maintaining healthy physical and mental self-being while being a collegiate athlete, which is really cool. They also have many other acts of service throughout the year and events that will be coming up. And I think that's all that I have. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. You are delightful. You can come talk to us anytime. And we appreciate you. You did a lovely job. If the other 3 go this well, you'll be in great shape.
Okay. I don't know. The next one tomorrow is at 7:15 a.m. So it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. All right.
Sorry. Thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
I'm sorry, I almost forgot you. And now it's time for communication from the audience and Amy Masson.
Good evening. My name's Amy Masson. I'm a community member, registered voter, proud parent of 2 West Side alumni, and still an active volunteer in our school district. This is my first time speaking to the board. I'm here today because on September 7th, Daisha Mumford published the names, addresses, birth dates, and signatures of my children publicly on the internet without their knowledge or consent. It wasn't just my children's privacy that was violated that day. Myself, my husband, and 70 other members of our community also had their personal information published online. Daisha uses the word transparency to describe this kind of activity, but I use a different word, doxing. Doxing is the action or process of searching for and publishing private or identifying information about somebody on the internet without their consent. Consent is the key word here. Consent has been a common topic of conversation in my household because I've always wanted to be sure my children understood what it is and why it's important, and that just because something is legal doesn't make it okay to do. Consent is also something I talk about with my clients in my business. I publish websites every day, and I often counsel my clients on how important it is to get consent when publishing information, because you can never know what harm may be caused by doing so. It's behavior like this that makes people afraid to engage in local politics. My kids are young adults and new voters, and this was a real eye-opening experience for them. It doesn't bother me that anyone knows I signed candidate petitions. I would have signed all 6 because I believe in the democratic process, and I believe it's important for people to run for office, and you will never catch me doing it. I won't speculate on Daisha's rationale for doing this. I just want to say it was an unprofessional, inappropriate, and unethical thing for an elected official to do. And in closing, Daisha, I am asking you today not to publish my name on your website. And if you choose to do it anyway, please make sure you know it was done without my consent. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we don't respond to,
Policy states that comments must be about school programs, policies, or procedures, and that it is the responsibility of the board president to ensure that comments follows this policy. So I would like to know how you're going to handle this.
well, I would say that if you do not want to hear such comments, then you should not act in a way that brings that sort of criticism upon yourself and this board.
The policy states that the comments are about school programs, policies, and procedures, and these comments have nothing to do with that.
Duly noted. Doug Masson, you're up next.
Good evening, I'm Doug Masson. I'm also here because a school board member doxed my kids and my neighbors. On September 7th, she recklessly published the signatures, addresses, and dates of birth of these people. Did it with no regard for whether distributing that information served any useful purpose. She circulated this information in a place where it was likely to do more harm than good. We have to guess at the goals because these documents were dropped there without the purpose having been explained. Whatever the goal was, it certainly didn't require dates of birth or images of people's signatures. It didn't require copies of the documents at all. Whatever purpose was needed, the names alone probably would have served that purpose. And it's not just that they were circulated, it's where they were circulated. It's posted in a Facebook group, wide open to everyone on the internet, and not moderated in any meaningful sense. Back in February, an anonymous participant chose that forum to try to smear our incoming high school principal. This was not an isolated instance of antagonism in that group. During that same period, my wife and I expressed criticism of UWE's vote against hiring Mr. Rogers. We were told by a participant in the group that, quote, continuing down this path could lead to further harm for both you and your husband. And last month, when Mr. Collar was right here, he criticized these monthly offerings as unprofessional and unnecessarily cruel. The response was disingenuous, dismissing this criticism as coming from a neighbor of the Austins. As of about 10 days ago, I'd never met Mr. Collar. And it had nothing to do with the statement to the board. Nevertheless, a person in that group decided to make the location of my residence part of that particular discussion. This is the forum where Daisha decided to post the names, addresses, dates of birth, and signatures of approximately 70 people who decided to sign candidate petitions. I assume my comments will fall on deaf ears because I was supported by political action committees that seem to live rent-free in Daisha's newsletters. Any criticism can therefore be dismissed as coming from the PAC or someone PAC adjacent, or my new favorite, neighbor of PAC. But because she decided to involve my kids and neighbors, I felt I had to make a statement. Thank you.
Mr. Masson, before you sit down, could you describe your previous relationship to the policy that this board follows? Have you?
I was on a committee that recommended and reviewed policies. We went through piles of them. I can't comment
Thank you.
specifically on anyone.
That's all I needed to hear. Thanks. Annie Dooley, you are up next.
Hi, my name is Annie Dooley, and I'm a teacher, coach, and community member here in West Lafayette. I'm a 2012 Westside grad and have firsthand experienced the incredible education and extracurricular opportunities Westside had to offer, first as a student athlete, and now as a teacher and a coach of 2 sports. I'm in my 9th year of teaching, my 4th at Willis, and after working in 2 states and 3 total school corporations, I feel that my teacher evaluation process here at West Lafayette has given me the best and most useful feedback compared to any other place that I've worked. The teacher evaluation process in our school system has been carefully designed and refined to provide teachers with detailed feedback based on how they're performing across the domains of instructional leadership, professionalism, effective instruction, and student assessment and feedback. Teachers receive multiple walkthroughs by building administrators, as well as a full class period formal observation. Additionally, each year teachers are expected to create instructional goals and are evaluated based on written reflections and data shown to support our progress on our goals and in the domains. In our corporation, teachers are evaluated by building administrators, people who have training and education in the field of teaching. With the rubrics and tools we're evaluated on, we're able to be assessed in a professional way, and we're able to remove bias and emotion from the equation as much as possible. While student and parent feedback is something that I take seriously as both a coach and a teacher, I feel that it's completely inappropriate to include it in a formal evaluation that has implications including advancement on the pay scale, teacher appreciation grant funding, and our employment. I teach kids who are 10 and 11 years old, and I coach kids who are 14 to 18. I truly respect and value their opinions, but I find it ludicrous to imagine my future in our school system riding on the feedback of somebody whose prefrontal cortex is over a decade away from being fully developed. My students provide great feedback to me on a daily basis, and I'm often eager to implement their ideas. But if I took every piece of advice my 5th graders gave me, an average day would be 3 hours of recess, snacks on the hour, and Chromebook time to round out the day. With multiple degrees in education, I have the training, tools, and experience to make decisions in the classroom that my students and their parents don't have. West Lafayette parents bring a wealth of knowledge, cultural capital, and great ideas to our school corporation, and I'm grateful to be able to interact with families in so many different capacities. I've been incredibly fortunate to work with my parents to find the best ways to serve and connect with their children. In our community, we have many ways for parents to get involved and share their voice and opinion. They can speak at board meetings, join parent council, volunteer in the buildings, or run for school board. These are appropriate avenues for parent feedback to come through, not teacher evaluations. Willis has been so committed to this idea that our own administrators are not the principal evaluator for their children's teachers. If our own building administrators who have served in educational fields for decades and have the education, training, and licensure saying that they should evaluate us, if they're not weighing in on the evaluation of their child's teacher, why should a parent without any training and education have the ability to do so? I strongly urge our board to move on from the idea of including parent and student feedback as part of our formal evaluation process. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we have Gail Charlotte.
Tough act to follow. Before I start, before I'm on the time clock, I like to say that I have come here of my own volition. Nobody has asked me to speak here tonight, and nobody knows what I'm going to say. I have not previewed it with anybody. As a matter of fact, I wrote it while on vacation. I am Gail Charlotte. I am a former board member. I come to you as a citizen, but also I've got some experience in this realm of governance. On Saturday, September 7th at 10:20 a.m., personal, although not confidential information for me and over 70 of our registered voters in Tippecanoe County were posted on an open forum on Facebook. For me, the most egregious of this information was my official signature, the one I use only on official documents to prevent someone from copying it and using it for fraudulent purposes. You all know we all sign those credit card slips with not our official signature. This forum, being an open forum, wide open, means that anyone, anywhere, Russia, whoever, could copy it and use it, again, for those fraudulent purposes. What was our crime? Our crime was signing the petition of nomination and consent for school board office elected in 2024 for anyone who is running for West Lafayette Community School Board this fall. The judge who decided to release this information was Ms. Mumford, a current board member who, to be clear, is not running for re-election this year. Within 10 minutes, a candidate asked her to remove that post. 3 hours later, Mumford redacted some information, but left the post up. If I were the Massons, I would be furious. And I am furious, but I am not as furious as I would be if it had been my child. I do not quite care what her motives are. This member has repeatedly been asked over the past 2 years to stop posting divisive opinion pieces about monthly board meetings. And I am interested to see what she posts next month. She continues to be divisive, I guess because she can. And that information that these kids gave us tonight, these examples, were amazing, and I hope she takes them to heart. But this time, Ms. Mumford went too far. Apparently, she filed this request for information, which is no crime. Anyone can do this. But her use of this information very possibly has violated Indiana Code 3-727-6, which restricts the use of a voter's data obtained by public records request to only political activities or political fundraising. Now, this is where it comes into the board policy. Ms. Mumford's use of the data stretches the permissible use. It is certainly going right up to the line. Again, we do not know her motives. She is not running for re-election. Forcefully, tonight, I request 2 things. Number 1, a public apology from Ms. Mumford here tonight and also on the Facebook open forum. Number 2, I'm asking the board to offer up a censure resolution drafted by the school board and voted on at the next public meeting. I await your response. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to move on to the consent agenda, and I need a motion, please. Rachel?
I would like to remove the agenda from this evening's consent agenda. I'd like to add an item.
Okay, and seconded by Lawrence. Thank you. Okay, and we do not require a vote for that. So at this time, we will be voting on the rest of the consent agenda, items 2 through 7. I had a motion from Tom. Do I have a second? Great, Brad, thank you. And all in favor of items 2 through 7 of the consent agenda, please indicate with raised hand. Okay, that's everyone, Mrs. Julian. And now we will return to item number 1, which is the agenda. And Rachel, the floor is yours.
So I have heard personally, and we have heard as a board from community members over many months, and I'm sorry, this is very stressful for me, so I have written it, so I apologize for the reading, but it's, So we have heard from community members over many months about the personal writing and social media posting activity of member Daisha Mumford. There appears to me to be a level of concern and even fear emerging in our community. This is a fear that I can personally empathize with. It is difficult to publicly disclose my own fear and anxiety related to Mrs. Mumford's persistent personal attacks on me in my role as a member of this board. Those which over the past couple of years caused symptoms that my care provider describes as a physiological response to being harassed. I have struggled with how to respond to those similar concerns from members of our community. But what I have come to is that this community did not elect me to be comfortable. They elected me, in fact, all of us, to do our best to apply good judgment and make good decisions for our students. My priority as a member is to keep focus on work that has direct connection to service of students and schools. But another important work of any board and its members is to abide by its own policy and self-regulate to avoid activities that distract unnecessarily from our mission for students. I believe at this point, Mrs. Mumford's actions do constitute an unnecessary distraction, and I believe that we as a board owe it to our community to hear them and respond to them according to our bylaws. I would like to call the board's attention to Mrs. Mumford's most recent posts on her personal website as well as on Facebook. I believe in her posting, she is out of compliance with our new policy, A350, Civility and Decorum, the excerpt of which reads, West Lafayette Community School Corporation is dedicated to maintaining a supportive learning environment free from disruptive conduct. The corporation, through this policy, intends to promote mutual respect, civility, decorum, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, guardians, and other members of the public. Also, our existing policy 143.1, the excerpt which reads, sometimes the statements imply or the readers, listeners, infer that the opinions expressed or statements made are the official positions of the board. Board members should, when writing or speaking on school matters to the media, legislators, other officials, and school district patrons, make it clear that their views do not necessarily reflect the views of the board or of their colleagues on the board. In her recent social media post related to the school board member election, Mrs. Mumford posted scanned versions of the petitions for ballot application for school board members. These petitions included the full name, address, signature, and date of birth for the candidate and the individuals who signed the petition. In her post, she did not indicate these were her private opinions or post, which leading some in our community to question why the school board was distributing this information about community members. When asked to remove her post, she agreed to partially redact, stating that, in quotes, some are uncomfortable about sharing their birth date, which served only as an attempt to shame those who complained as somehow being insecure about their age. She then later blacked out additional information on the petitions, but refused to delete her post despite clear knowledge that it had created concern in our community. In addition, Mrs. Mumford frequently writes, publishes, and disseminates information as factual, which do not have evidence and are, in fact, her personal speculations. I believe these are out of alignment with board policy 144.2, board member ethics. For these reasons, I request that the board chair utilize policy number 167.0 as it relates to conduct. That policy reads that school board members shall follow all applicable state and federal laws and shall follow school board policy. If a school board member is alleged to have violated any law and/or school board policy, she shall meet with the board president and school corporation attorney. If continued violations occur after the executive meeting, the school board attorney will advise the remaining school board members as to the actions they can consider, including but not limited to censure of the school board member at a public meeting. To be perfectly clear, I am not alleging Mrs. Mumford's activities are illegal. I am alleging that they are in violation of school board policy. They are unnecessary. They are mean-spirited and politically motivated without any clear beneficial purpose to our students or our schools. In the interest of fairness to Mrs. Mumford, fulfilling our obligation to self-regulate as a board, and to hold every member to similar high standards we hold our students for conduct, I am requesting initiation of this review process.
Thank you. Lawrence, as the person who seconded the motion, you have the floor. Is there anything you'd like, you don't have to, but is there anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would like to share some of information I have. I think, as far as I understand what my colleague Deja Mumford said, most of the time what they share is pretty much the information, the true informations. My personal experience is a couple of times I think there's something need to be correct. I sent her an email. She just go ahead, correct that, no question asked. So I think one thing is that's her Constitution First Amendment right. She has a right to share her own opinions, freedom of speech. And also she didn't use any public time, money to work on that things. So I think that's her own right. And also I think during the last several years, she shared a lot of information about our school operations, make the whole community well informed. So I think we should encourage and also appreciate information sharings, so we, with the whole community, are fully informed. I understand there are some maybe not some wrong informations. We can work together and make that correct. That's my opinion. But I appreciate Rachel's point. Ask the shared concerns. So I appreciate that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Before we proceed, I would like to offer to you, Mrs. Mumford, to meet with you and the school attorney or the board's attorney privately. I know you were not amenable to speaking with me privately earlier this
I'll
week.
meet with, if the attorney's present, I'm happy to.
I will set that up. Is there anything you would like to say in response?
Response to what's been shared or response to, well, I can share a response to what's been shared.
Okay.
I can share the factual information of what happened is that I asked the election board for a public document of the candidates who signed the petition, and I shared that. Sorry, I wrote myself a few notes so that I would make sure and share accurate information if asked about it. It came from a public records request. They shared the information and said all the information on it was public records. Publicly is available to the public. So then I posted it. Soon after that, someone contacted me and shared concerns that the birthdays and addresses of those who signed the forms were sensitive information. So I immediately redacted those items on the form. The next day, someone else contacted me and shared a concern that the signatures were also sensitive information. So I redacted that information as well. So I do apologize for not having redacted the information from the beginning. Truthfully, when I got the document, it was public information. My intent was to share it. We have a political campaign coming up. So my intent was to share the names, and that was it. And I apologize for not having done that. So those are the details. Children involved are actually adults. There was actually no children that's underage that were signing these forms. These were all adults. And then I think my only question is, I'm not clear what's going on. I thought Rachel is trying to amend the agenda, and what are we amending it to? And so help me understand.
Rachel has amended with a motion to initiate policy 167,
Okay.
which requires that you and I have a meeting with the attorney.
With legal counsel. Great.
And what we're going to do now is vote, and if that passes by a majority, you and I will have that meeting.
Okay, and then my second question, until the board, if the board were to have a majority vote to censor me, are you allowed to you already have been censoring information?
Censure is not censor.
Sorry.
Those are two different words.
Sorry. you are not allowing me to have information that I need already before a board vote. So my question is, until the board votes, are you allowed to continue to limit information that I ask?
I haven't limited information to you.
There was an email to Dr. Greiner that I asked for information, and you told him do not give it to her until we discuss more of this doxing. So.
Well, yes, Rachel, go ahead.
Your response was, do not give this information to anyone on the board. I have not received that information as a member of this board. No, I'm assuming that if I did not receive it, no member received it either.
Correct. Thank you.
The direct quote is, I respectfully request that you do not give her any lists of the group of constituents for any reason. So I'm just sharing that. My question is, will you be limiting information to me before there's a majority vote if you choose to take that next process?
Well, we're going to majority vote right now, so
You may
I
do a
guess
majority vote on this since-
we're
is that what
going
you're
to
saying?
find out.
Okay.
What I said was, until we get the issue of Daisha doxing constituents resolved, I respectfully request that you do not give her any lists of any group of constituents for any reason. I tried to discuss this with her on Monday, but she refused to speak with me. And your request was, will you share who has served on each of the hiring committees? So until you are, or anyone, until a determination has been about this issue, I don't believe that it's in the best interests of our community for you to have lists of constituents, and nor have I given that information to anyone else. So whatever information I have limited has been evenly applied, as Rachel pointed out. Does anyone else have anything to say about whether or not we should initiate policy 167?
Let's vote.
Okay.
So you haven't met with the legal counsel regarding this issue? There's
I have
no
not.
ground to vote on anything.
We're voting on whether or not that meeting will take place. Does the majority of the board wish for Daisha and myself to meet with the legal counsel or not? That's the whole issue.
She just said yes, I heard.
She said she was willing. I didn't feel like the exercise of voting was necessary if she wouldn't speak with me, as I was told she wouldn't on Monday.
I said privately with you, I said I'd email or in a public meeting, but private meetings with you have not. I would like to have documentation of things that you share. So
Me
that's
too.
what I'd responded with that. But my question is, are you saying we're voting on the meeting or we're voting on censoring?
We're voting on whether or not to initiate policy 167, the first step of which is you and I having a meeting with the attorney. If it passes, you and I will have that meeting, which I've already requested because I forgot that we needed to vote. And if we vote no, then I will recall that email and say, never mind, and we will move on with life. So we are initiating the policy. Does anyone else have any questions?
Yes, sorry. This meeting isn't saying that you can censor me. So that's what I'm not clear on.
It's censure, and that's not what we're voting on. We're voting on whether or not we need to have a meeting to explore what has happened. Yes, Rachel.
My motion was to initiate the policy that is in place because our community has given a consistent pattern of request for that, and I feel it's appropriate. If the rest of the board does not feel my request to initiate policy 167 is appropriate, then you can vote against it, but that is the motion that I have made to the chair, that we vote and ask for that meeting to be held.
Okay.
That's our policy that we have to follow. There's no other policy.
All in favor of initiating policy 167, please indicate with a raised hand.
Attend a meeting? Yes. Is that what I'm voting
To
on?
initiate the policy, are we initiating the process of censure or are we not? And that is 5-2, I'm sorry.
I'll have to abstain. I honestly, I haven't read it all and I don't understand it all. To me, if you're asking me if I'll meet with the school attorney, yes. If you're asking if I'm willing to be censured, no. So I'm not.
This is the first step of the process.
I understand. So
Okay.
I'll just abstain. Well,
That's
I'll
fine.
just abstain.
So it's 6-0 with Mrs. Mumford abstaining. Great. Yes, we do need to approve the agenda. You're correct. Thank you. I guess we added it before we approved it. It's all very confusing. All those in favor of having an agenda, please indicate with a raised hand. Great, that's 7-0. The agenda is passed and we skipped ahead to number 1 and now we're back. Okay, unfinished business. We have had many policies on second reading for a great deal of time. And what I would like to do is move through those policies as they were presented to us by Church, Huddle, and Antrim. If those policies have enough support to pass, we can move on to other issues. And if they do not, we can return them to Church, Huddle, and Antrim for another swing at an acceptable policy. Does anyone have any questions about that? We're going to vote on the policies that came from CCHA. Okay, the first one being.
Sorry, there's mixed signals and information that you.
They've all been on the
they haven't
agenda
been
for
discussed.
months.
They haven't
And
been
the fact that they have not been discussed doesn't change the fact that our attorneys have presented a policy to us and did so in February and March, if I recall correctly. And I believe that it would be expedient to test the waters on these policies and see if they have enough votes and support to go forward. Because some of them, like no tobacco, are pretty straightforward, and I don't think anyone wants Mrs. Delaney's students smoking at the elementary school. So what I would like to do is first introduce policy number G350, which we have discussed a great deal. In the original form, which has been amended to say 24 hours notice instead of 3 days notice, it is acceptable to our administration, to our legal counsel, and now I would like to know if it is acceptable to the board. I need a motion, please, on G350, 24 hours notice. Thank you, Tom. I need a second, please.
I've got one more question on it.
Okay.
Did we X out the trespassing language?
The trespassing language is not in there because of IEPs. It is in there because of situations where someone is videoing students for nefarious purposes, and our means of protecting those students is to trespass that individual.
Okay.
So, yes, Rachel.
Of these lists of policy, I think that we had a very inconclusive conversation on items G350 and C200 tonight in our work session. I do believe the rest of them are now, in my mind, they have had consensus, at least common language for the remaining. Would it be possible to set aside G350 and 200 and move on down the list and approve all of those to allow at least clear some space for new policies to populate so we could move forward on those?
Okay, G350 is about to die for a lack of second. If nobody seconds it, we will bounce it back to CCHA. Is that what I see happening?
I can second it, but I'm super confused about what you're referring to. Because the policy that you said CCHA sent us, that you shared in the board packet, takes out trespassing that CCHA proposed. So I'm confused what you're even.
The issue of trespassing and the issue of recording IEP meetings have been conflated. Those two issues, as explained by our legal counsel, were never meant to be the same issue. No one has ever intended to trespass parents who want to record IEP meetings. Trespass is the only means by which we can protect our students if some creepy person is standing at the edge of the football field videotaping the girls' cheerleading practice. So those two things are completely separate, and no one ever indicated or wished to indicate that parents recording meetings were the ones who were going to be subject to trespass. 2 different paragraphs. Those were conflated.
Trespassing has been removed. And you are correct.
Completely?
Yes, you are correct, though, that it was never about an IEP meeting. It was about the overall recording. The policy isn't about IEP meetings.
No.
The policy is about audio, video, and digital recordings on school property and of school meetings. And if you read the full policy, you see that. There's been some coverage that said it was about IEP meetings. That is actually inaccurate coverage, because we've never said that this is an IEP policy. This policy is about recording in general. But yes, because you can see the dialogue that the board has had, that it is removed, crossed out at the bottom, that doesn't mean we cannot trespass. It means it's
correct
in a situation like you're describing, but it's been removed given the sensitivity as the board has dialogued on this policy.
Right. Thank you for clearing that up. So the version that we are looking at is the one on the 9/16 regular board meeting folder, updated August 13th, 2024 by Roberta Julian, item number 8, G350, audio, video, and digital recording. That is the one where it says 24 hours prior notice to staff. If the parents do not provide that notice, the staff may reschedule the meeting. And the violation paragraph reads, the corporation, students, and employees who violate this policy may be subject to discipline up to and including suspension and termination respectively. So if the issue is someone who is not a school corporation employee, we can follow the law, and the law allows us the option to trespass. But again, that never had anything to do with meetings between parents and the school, which is an important distinction. So policy G350 is about to die for a lack of second, because that means we're not going to vote on it. Is that what we wish to see happen, or do I have a second to vote?
I can second the one that you are now referencing.
Okay.
The previous one you were referencing, but the one you're now referencing, I can second that one.
The one that's in the folder. Okay. The policy that I just referred to has been moved by Tom and seconded by Daisha. All those in favor of passing G350 with the 24 hours, please raise your hands. Great. That's everybody, Mrs. Julian? Okay. The next one is the bullying policy. We're going to do the same thing. I would like to remind my colleagues of what I said in the work session, which is that our legal counsel has strongly recommended that we not fool around with this one because it is an area of particular concern. We are looking at the version on the 9/16 regular board meeting folder, number C200, bullying, which was updated on September 4th. The text of which is, or remains, the same text that Church, Hiddle, and Antrim presented to us. None of the changes in blue on the right-hand side are incorporated at this time. Do I have a motion? Okay, C200 dies for a lack of motion, so we will workshop that one some more. The next one is nepotism, conflict of interest, gifts, and use of corporation resources. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Rachel moves that we vote on that one. Is there a second? Seconded by Brad. So this is H125, Mrs. Julian. All those in favor of...
I'd like to make a comment that there has been numerous revisions shared in April and May, and the legal counsel has come back and said these revisions are legit. These have never been discussed as a board. So I want to share why I will not be supporting this, because it has not been discussed in work sessions as you had claimed we would be doing it.
That's because the work sessions can't be infinite. So we are voting on the version that is in 916 regular board meeting updated September 4th by Mrs. Julian as it originally came from Church. Yes, Lawrence?
Yeah, and then I think I have several proposals.
Nope, we're not doing proposals. We are voting on them in their original form.
Yes.
If we have proposals, we are going to do those in our brand new policy committee, which is going to be super fun. So
Can I finish my comment?
I really don't think that's necessary because we're not voting on any additions or changes or subtractions to this one. We are voting on it in the form it came from Church. The time for changes will be if it does not pass, okay?
So can I finish my comment?
Why not?
Yeah,
Be
so
my
I
guest.
just try to a motion to table this one, so we have go through the process with school board discuss, and then we will vote for that. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Okay, so Lawrence has moved to table this one. Does he have a second? Okay, Rachel moves to second, or seconds tabling it. All those in favor of tabling this one, please raise your hand. That's 5. Mr. Schott, all those not in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Schott and I are not in favor. Mrs. Julian, everyone else was. So we are tabling A125. A175, whistleblower protection. This one is also found in 916. It is in its original format. I agree, we have not discussed this one. I need a motion.
I'll move, and I'd like a comment as well.
Okay, is there a second? Yui, okay, so Rachel moves and Yui seconds. What would you like to say?
In our work session, you did read these policies out and ask for feedback, and was everybody comfortable moving them forward to a first reading? And they did come forward as a first reading, and they have been presented. We're at a second reading, as I understand it, of these. So
correct.
There has been an opportunity to voice feedback on the rest of the policies here, as I recall.
Thank you. I agree. Okay, all those in favor of passing A175 whistleblower protection, please indicate with a raised hand. That's everybody, Mrs. Julian. A200, firearms, weapons, and destructive devices. I'm once again looking at, oh, it's not downloading. That's not cool. Okay, I'm once again looking at that same folder, 916 regular board meeting, the original text as it came from CCHA. I need a motion. Firearms, weapons, and destructive device. Oh, no, we put in archery.
We revised.
We revised the
There are
archery.
revisions. This is not original text.
This is not. Is that incorporated in that folder?
In our folder, yes. There is a
It is.
blue section that is an add-on. I don't remember who made that additional on the comments about theatrical props, starter pistols, and school
Right.
standard event or activity have been added.
Thank you for reminding me of that change. And hang on. I do not see the word theatrical. Is the word?
It's in yellow at the bottom.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong.
It's in our board packet for tonight.
Yeah, that's where I am. Is it under the work session? Oops.
I'm sorry, policy suggested revisions.
Okay, so we're on that one, and we did all agree that that one was a good idea.
There's 2 revisions. Which one are you looking at?
I am looking at the one with the yellow text on page 2. Exceptions to the policy include A, theatrical props used in appropriate settings, B, starter pistols used in appropriate school-related sporting events, and C, other equipment necessary for a school standard event or activity. So
And not the other revision that lists that in addition to the blue? There's two different revisions that include that addition. Which one? They're different, so I want to make sure I know what I'm voting on.
I'm looking, hang on.
On page 1, it is, this policy prohibits the possession of lookalike weapons in or on school property, as well as false fire alarms, bomb threats, or intentional calls to falsely report a dangerous condition.
Ah, I have a feeling I know why we added that. Okay, let's table this one. If I could get a motion to table this one, since we do have multiple versions. Moved by Lawrence. Do I have a second? Seconded by Rachel. All right, tabled. Mrs. Julian, I apologize that this is going to be a lot to unravel. Okay, A225, reporting of suspected child abuse and neglect. Again, this is, no, we tabled, do we? Oh, okay, all those in favor of tabling it? That's everybody. Okay, cool, thanks. Suspected child abuse and neglect. There are multiple versions of this one too. And I would entertain a motion to table this one as well. So moved by Lawrence, seconded by Brad. All those in favor of tabling 225? That's everyone, great, okay. 250, no tobacco, controversial issue of whether or not we're going to support smoking. I don't see anything there that is added, but there's blue text. Students or employees who violate this policy will be subject to disciplinary action. Is that the most recent that everyone has?
That's the revised one, yes.
That's the revised one. Okay, let me back out. Is that just an addition?
It's in addition to the one that, the original, the ones that CCHA sent.
I don't see the original. Okay, well, I'm fine with that. Is everybody prepared to vote on that one with that one addition? Okay, so I need a motion on A250. Moved by Rachel, seconded by Daisha. All those in favor of approving A250? That's everybody, Mrs. Julian. And A325, communicable diseases. That one, I think we probably have thoughts about. Oh, that was the lice one. Let me back out here. Sorry, y'all, this is a lot to keep track of. Second readings. So the original did not discuss head lice specifically. I'd like to go ahead and entertain a motion on that version where lice is not specifically called out as a parasitic infection. Is there a motion? Moved by Rachel, seconded by Tom. All those in favor of A325 with no lice? That is everyone except Mrs. Mumford. Mrs. Mumford, are you a no or an abstention?
I'm a no. I had submitted the revision and it's not been discussed.
Okay, so that one passes. And finally, we have B100, powers and philosophy. That sounds kind of messy. I'm going to probably suggest that we table that one. Can I get a motion? Moved by Rachel, seconded by Lawrence. All those in favor of tabling that? That is everyone, Mrs. Julian. Thank you. See, we can get things done. Got a couple of those passed. That's fabulous. Now we are going to move on to,
Mrs. Austin?
Yes.
Could I request a 5-minute recess?
That's a great idea. I love a 5-minute recess. Recessed at 7:29. We are reconvening at 7:35. You intrepid people, I appreciate your patience. Dr. Greiner, would you like to introduce our
I
guest?
would like to introduce Mr. Adam Jones with Skybound. He will be presenting to you about the strategic planning process. He will also answer any questions that the board has at this time regarding strategic planning strategies moving forward. Mr. Jones, at this time, I invite you to address the board.
Thank you all so much. I am Adam Jones from Skybound Education. I'm a former high school English teacher and administrator. Started Skybound a little more than 3 years ago. We're a mighty team of 4, and we're really, really grateful for the opportunity to support West Lafayette with your strategic planning work. So I want to talk to you about the role of surveys in the strategic planning process, how these surveys were developed, and the next steps in terms of administering them and analyzing the results. So our philosophy is that feedback is a gift, whether that's positive, critical, and we want to gather as much information as we can from students, staff, families, and community members. And we think that by curating all of that information, it will help refine our ideas. And our goal is to gather honest feedback. And so we know that I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. They're very honest with me. So we know that our students sometimes provide us some really honest feedback, our staff, and so on. We know we're going to find a lot of strengths in this community. You're one of the highest performing districts in our state, but there may be weaknesses and opportunities that we can help shore up as well. Another reason that you're going to see some open-ended questions on these surveys is we want to gather as many words and phrases as we can to help curate that language to be directly transferred into West Lafayette's goals and strategies when we're writing and refining. We want to use the words from your community. And we'll be doing some focus groups after the survey process with, again, students, staff, families, and community members. And so by having the survey data, that can help us craft some targeted focus group questions to make those conversations as fruitful as possible. So how were these made? We brought some questions to the table based on our work in other districts, and they were shared with the West Lafayette leadership team. And there are 3 forms for students. So there's a grades 2 through 3 form, a 4 through 6 form, and a 7 through 12 form. I should note that it's all on Google Forms except for grades 2 through 3. The open-ended responses are to be handwritten for the reasons that were highlighted earlier. It's easier for our young students to write on pen and paper. There will be a staff form, a parents and families form, and a community members form. They all attempt to get at the same topics, but of course the language is a little different for a second grader versus our staff members, for example. The leadership team ultimately owns the survey questions. They added, removed, and revised questions. We had a process for that. And I want to be really clear on this one. So we helped develop the forms, but the actual Google Forms that are going to be given will be made by a West Lafayette staff member. You own all of your data. This is not Skybound survey. This is West Lafayette survey. And so all your data, all your raw information will be on your servers. We'll just ask to access that so that we can complete the analysis for you. And then, as I mentioned, we will, in collaboration with the West Lafayette leadership team, develop upcoming focus group questions. Yeah, Rachel.
Who is the West Lafayette? I mean, when you say West Lafayette
Yes.
leadership team, who are those humans?
Who are those? So, Dr. Greiner, do you want to list everyone that was in our meeting space?
The 3 principals, Mrs. Roth, Mrs. Cronk, and me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. I think I have one more slide, maybe. Yeah, I think it's a thank you. This is my contact info. I'd be happy to answer any questions any of you have, and I'll stick around to the end of the board meeting in case there are questions as well.
Brave man. Thank you.
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, I'm going to vamp for a minute so that Mrs. Cronk can pull up her. That's okay. No problem. Got a lot. Okay, sure.
The leadership team mainly has the administrators, right? So I wonder whether board members can provide feedback
On the questions or?
Right.
Yeah, we're certainly open to that. I would defer to Dr. Greiner and team.
I would be open to that.
Okay, yeah, because, board members may hear some concerns, may want to add questions or something. Okay.
How would you entertain that process occur, Mr. Jones? We'll defer to your expertise on
Yeah,
that.
we would be happy to create a Google form or share the spreadsheet with all of you. What we did is we had a spreadsheet with different tabs for all the different forms. Yeah, and there's a process to say, yes, we like this question, maybe if it had some changes, or no, we don't care for that one. With Dr. Greiner's permission, we'd be happy to share that with you and give us a week or two, whatever timeline makes sense, and invite your feedback.
Okay. Yeah, another thing is all the survey is anonymous, right?
Yes, thank you for highlighting that. All the responses are anonymous, absolutely.
And I imagine for different groups, they have specific information questions because they will be asked about different issues, right? For students at different levels and teachers, staff members, even administrators, people may have different concerns. It will be a very comprehensive way to collect feedback.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've tried to craft the questions in such a way that they're getting at some big ideas like the vision and mission of the district, but we might not use those words with second graders. We keep it a little more concrete. So yes, and we also create those open-ended questions so we can get that comprehensive view of what people want to share with us, the good and maybe the opportunities for improvement.
Okay. So you will create a report to summarize what you found. At the same time, I remember earlier you agreed to share the raw data with us. And so if we want to do a secondary analysis, we still have the data to do so, right?
100%. The data is yours. You'll be granting us access to take a look, to write the analysis, but you'll always own it, and there's no reason for us to keep it. We'll provide the written analysis as well.
Yes.
We're very sensitive to that. We don't want to hold or possess your information.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And actually connected to, sorry, the earlier comments one of our teachers made about parents and students' input, and I pretty much meant what you are doing. So it's mainly serve feedback purpose, and so because I'm myself a teacher too, I always enjoy those feedback, and especially when it's anonymous, it's very helpful because people can freely share what they thought. I could be very honest. But one thing, when I saw your PowerPoint even earlier, before I came to the meeting, I was thinking, because when I proposed to solicit parents and student feedback, I was, for students' part, I was mainly thinking about high schoolers because they are mature enough to give more credible feedback. But at that time, I didn't even think about solicit formal feedback from younger kids, but in your slides, and you talk about asking younger kids to handwrite their feedback. I'm really curious, based on your previous experience, what kind of information you typically got and whether that's helpful as well.
Wonderful question. So with our youngest students, we're looking for things like, do they feel welcome? Do they feel safe? Do they have a trusted person that they can go share an idea with? We don't ask for the names of any of those individuals, but we want to get a sense of, is this a place where first graders, second graders, third graders feel comfortable going to school? Do they find it rewarding? Are there activities and clubs that make school fun, as was brought up earlier? That's kind of what we're going for with those youngest learners, not any sort of like, most youth, our youngest learners, when you ask them what they think of their teachers, they're going to say they're amazing, right? Which they are, they're amazing. So we're not looking for that like critical lens from them, but I've heard in other districts where we've done this, there are concerns about, you'll hear the word bullying come up. Hopefully we don't hear that at West Lafayette. But that's concerning if you see that become a pattern or a trend. One comment is just that, one data point, but if you see it 8, 9 times, that might be something we want to talk about as a team.
Okay, so it's kind of like a climate survey.
Yes, for our youngest learners in particular.
Okay, great. That's very helpful. I really look forward to seeing the results.
Yes.
Thanks.
Great. And I said first graders, but I do want to clarify, we're not surveying K and 1. We've just found that at that age level, not quite ready to give us all the feedback that we might want.
Thanks.
Is this a common leadership team that you would see in school corporations that you work with? So you'd have members of the cabinet, superintendent, principals. Is that typical for what you would expect?
Yes, very typical.
And does that typically give you good results?
Yes.
And by good, I mean truthful and comprehensive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we've done this in the past, particularly when on the parents and/or community surveys, you get critical feedback, and that's tough sometimes for leaders to read, but it leads to great conversation and ideally a refined plan that people feel like really address the community's voice.
Thank you.
Great. Mrs. Cronk appreciates everyone stalling. Beautiful handouts out. Yes, the budget.
And I'll stick around. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Move on to item 10, the budget workshop.
Okay. So the presentation that I'm doing this evening is really similar to the one I gave last year. I did add a few different things here and there. Just to go over the packet of info that I gave you, and all of this is available both in box and publicly as well. So you have the printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I'll be doing with that information. There is also a history of ADM funding going back to 2008, 2009. So you can see what our funding from the state was each year and how that changed over time, as well as what our ADM numbers were, historically speaking. We have a graph from Forecast 5 showing certified tax rates. I know Lindsay actually alluded to that in her presentation on August 26th, and that will come up again this evening as we go on to the GEO bond later. And we also have a graph for circuit breaker analysis, so you can see how the property tax caps have affected us over the years historically as well. So that's just an explanation of the handouts that I've given you. I did want to give a history of the assessed values, but unfortunately Forecast 5 didn't have those updated like they're supposed to, and so I've been going back and forth with them, and then I found that they have an error on a piece of data on ours as well. So when they have those updated, I will get those to you guys so you can see that graph as well. But just to go on, move forward here. If I can get this to work. Why is this not working? Yeah. Okay, Brandon, I might need your expertise because I'm like.
Can you school?
No, I am. I'm on a different. Okay. It's not showing the same. It's the display.
Let's go.
I think it's the display, isn't it?
Let's go Windows key P. You're in. We need to change
Go
the
for it.
presenter.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I used to be a business computers teacher, but things change quickly and I can't figure it out.
We'll see how sweaty you get.
Hey.
It's not clicking. I can't do that.
Might get duplicated, isn't it?
There it goes.
Yeah.
It's like good grief. Let's do. Not use that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, sorry about that. All right. So I wanted to include another slide that this actually wasn't included on the handouts because I thought about it today. And so I thought I would add this because I think there's a lot of misconceptions out there about school finance and what budgeting actually is. So I added a slide about what actually is a budget in the state of Indiana. So a governmental budget in the state of Indiana is the process by which tax levies, or property taxes, and appropriations are approved for the following calendar year in certain funds. And in our case, we do education, operations, debt, and referendum. And there's a word there that a lot of people don't know what it means, which is appropriation. Appropriation is actually permission to spend a certain amount, and it does not necessarily equal cash or what we will actually spend. It's just we're asking for an estimated amount to spend, and that this budget process will give us permission to do that. So after the public hearing and board approval process that we go through, this meeting and next meeting, the last step is actually approval by the Department of Local Government Finance. They will approve a total appropriation for each budgeted fund, and they don't approve a line item budget. So we have the ability to move that total appropriation around in each fund to where we need to spend it, because I think they finally realized after a certain amount of time that it's really hard to budget for things that happen a year and a half in advance. And so we do have flexibility to move that money around to spend it in places where we need to spend it in each fund. Okay? So the first thing I like to do is go over the budget adoption calendar so you know the process that we have to go through. On August 28th, we published the Form 3 Notice to Taxpayers that was published on Indiana Gateway per state code. And then on August 29th, we did put the capital expenditures plan and bus replacement plan onto Gateway, and we also published that on the school website as well. We do no longer have a requirement for publishing in the newspaper. That went away about 4 or 5 years ago. Now we just do things on Gateway and put it on the school website. On September 16th, we have the board meeting to discuss the budget. That's tonight. Public hearing will happen for the budgeted funds as well as the capital expenditure and bus replacement plans. And then October 7th, next month's meeting, we will have the budget adoption, the capital expenditures and bus replacement plan adoptions, and then we'll have several resolutions that we'll adopt separately at that meeting as well. And then October 8th and October 9th, my office will submit all the required documents to the DLGF for budget approval. That does typically take a little bit of time because there are a lot of documents we actually have to upload to them. And then December 31st, the DLGF has until the end of the year to get those budgets approved. We typically see them around the end of November, beginning of December, because if we're doing the GO bond this year, that might be throw the timeline off a little bit. And then as of January 1, 2025, those new appropriations go into effect. Just want to talk about some realities that we are facing in school finance, West Lafayette in particular. As far as state funding, we saw a pretty large increase last year. We do not have that this time. We increased only by $94.25 per student for 24-25 from last school year. So that's an increase of only 1.36%. And as you know, our expenses probably increased by more than 1.36%. As you know, the cost of everything is going up. So we went from $69.0545 per student last year to $69.9970 this year per student. The thing about budgeting is that a lot of things are unknown, as I mentioned. We don't know the next biennial budget at this time. Legislators will be going to the table in the spring to talk about what that budget's going to be going forward. So we projected for a slight increase in this budget for 25, but it's not looking positive for a large increase based upon what we're hearing about what's happening at the state level right now. Something else that we have to deal with because of our property taxes, we look at assessed value a lot. And when I talk about assessed value during the budgeting process, what we use for the budget is different than our actual assessed value because the DLGF always tells us that we need to advertise high because we can't go any higher than that, but it can go lower than that. So you advertise for assessed value that is actually lower than what your actual assessed value is. So your rates look higher than what they're actually going to be in the end. Because remember, what we advertise, that's the maximum that we can get. We can't go over that. So that's why you budget high, okay? So our AV increases for our district this year are very small compared to other districts across the state for 24 pay 25. In 24, our operations debt AV was about $1.262 billion, and our referendum AV was $2.159 billion. So notice that referendum AV is about $1 billion higher because of that TIF district. And for 25, we only went up 1.22% in the operations debt AV to 1.278. And the referendum, we only went up 1.94% to 2.2. Okay. So our changes last year were like in the 10 to 12% increases, I believe. This year, we're seeing a very small increase in our AV. And we do believe that that's due to a lot of the changes with department assessments and a lot of other things that are working together. Another reality to put things into perspective is that total teacher compensation for 23-24. I took a look at what we actually spent for wages and benefits and all of those account codes for 23-24. That was approximately $15 million. But our basic tuition support for 23-24 was only $15.2 million. So you can understand why we have such an important, or why the referendum is so important for us, because we do spend a lot of money on our teachers because we want our teachers. We want to keep our teachers, so we offer high salaries, and hopefully we do well benefits as well. And so that does not leave a lot of extra money to pay for things like paraprofessionals and other things in the classroom if we didn't have that referendum. Okay. So now I'll break into exactly what each fund is and what they can be used for. So let's start with the education fund, and that is fund number 101. Education fund is mainly funded by state tuition support payments, or what we call ADM funding, other state payments and other miscellaneous revenue. So this is where when TSC pays us for providing educational services to their students, that money goes into the education fund. Any interest we receive goes into the education fund, and any reimbursements that we might have that are educational in nature run through the education fund. State code does allow us to transfer up to 15% from the education fund to the operations fund. History of that, there was law change back in 2018, 2019. Things are starting to run together over the years, that they established the education fund and the operations fund instead of what it used to be with the general fund, so on and so forth. And so these are new rules that we have to follow. But we are able to transfer from education operations if we need to do so. We have not done that since I've been here. Okay. Expenses in the education fund are related to those educational programs that we have in the school buildings. So salaries and benefits for teachers, school building administration, paraprofessionals, special education, library, guidance, nursing staff, people like that. We also pay for supplies, fees, and contracted services for the classroom. Any special education supplies or contracted services. Instructional technology, which includes the salaries and benefits for our information technology staff, any instructional software and maintenance of that software. And new for 2025 is curricular materials. So we no longer, as you know, we no longer have curricular material rental. That has now been changed. We are getting a curricular materials reimbursement from the state, and we can no longer charge rent. We will also no longer have a curricular materials fund, or what used to be textbook rental fund, that is going away as of the end of 2024, and any expenditures and revenue associated with curricular materials has to move to the education fund. So that's one of the biggest changes for the education fund for 2025, and you'll see what those changes are here in just a second. So let's take a look at our education fund revenue budget to start off with. Now, I will tell you, these were preliminary, as a lot of our numbers were done before our ADM was finalized, as well as interest is probably changing a little bit because we're expecting interest rates to start to go down, as well as our transfer numbers from TSC. So these numbers will probably go down when I approve the final budget. Remember, I'm advertising high, though. I can go down after today. So I budgeted about 1.3 for our transfer tuition and other payments. Budgeted about $500,000 in interest. We'll probably put both of those down a little bit so that matches the fiscal plan. And then other reimbursements and revenue from local sources. And then revenue from state sources, because of our ADM, how we're down in kindergarten this year, we're going to downgrade that budgeted number a little bit because of being down in kindergarten. So total revenue budget was about $19.5 million. And then taking a look at our budgeted expenditures, these are on two different methods. The first one by major program code. So the 10,000s are educational programs, 20,000s are the support services for the classroom, and the 30,000s are athletic coaches, ECA clubs, things like that. And then I break it down by object or type of expense over on the right-hand side. As you can see, if you take a look, salaries, wages, and benefits make up about 90.1% of our total budget here. Okay. All right, moving on to the next fund, debt service fund, number 200 in our books. Debt service fund is the revenue mainly comes from property taxes. The levy, or the tax amount that we get, is equal to the amount we need to pay in bond and lease payments, plus any carryover for the next year's payments that the state allows. The state allows a carryover of 15% of total payments for the subsequent budget year, or the first payment, whichever is less. They have a lovely little workbook now that we fill out that gives us that information. We used to have to calculate all that stuff ourselves. Now they actually have some things for us to use. Expenses from this fund are purely for the payments that need to be made during the budget year for our debt service payments, so our lease rentals or our bonds. So GO bonds, lease rental agreements, and any interest on short-term debt like a tax anticipation warrant. We haven't done those since I've been here. And then common school fund loan repayments, which we are still repaying some older common school fund loans as well. So now, as you know, we had to move forward with the GO bond, we have to advertise as such and include that potential GO bond in our budget because of timing. So for revenue, we are budgeting for property taxes of about $7.25 million, but this is advertised high for our budgeting purposes. The DLGF will actually formulate the actual property tax based upon a formula involving our actual expenditures that are needed, plus that carryover should be closer to about $6.87 million. And if you remember the discussions we've had, that tax rate will be kept at 0.5375. Expenditures in the fund, we are estimating a potential GO bond payment of $3.5 million. Lease rental of $6.012 million in payments, the common school fund loans of $118,000, and I do realize I have a typo there, sorry about that. And then fees of about $10,000. So total expenditures will be about $9.64 million, okay? And Lindsay will talk about this in the GO bond, but the actual GO bond payment for 2025 will be determined upon closing of that GO bond, and they will balance those payments with our debt service rate to keep it at that 0.5375. If you ever want to add anything, jump right in. Okay, all right. Moving on to the operations fund, Fund 300. This is funded mainly by property taxes as well, and other miscellaneous taxes and facility rental. Expenses are mainly for operations of the school corporation that support the learning process, so the maintenance of buildings, grounds, and equipment. Central office operations, including superintendent, business office, human resources. Utilities all have to come from operations. Administrative or operational technologies, like our IT infrastructure, servers, things like that. Facilities and land acquisition and improvements, so things like parking lots, striping, things that we do with our athletic fields, things like that. Transportation expenses and the purchase of buses can come from operations fund. So we're looking at, for our revenue, approximately $4.5 million in property taxes. Once again, this is advertised high for budget purposes. The DLGF actually tells us what our max levy is in this fund, and that worksheet amounts to $4.397 million this year. We are capped, I believe it's a 4% increase this year, right? That also causes some issues because our assessed value is not going up by 4%, but our levy and operations fund was able to go up 4%. So that's going to cause some other complications as far as our revenue. Our estimated circuit breaker loss is about $690,000 for 2025. And what that means is that every different type of taxpayer has a limit for what they pay in property taxes. So residential owners have a 1% tax cap, meaning that they will not pay over 1% in regular property taxes of their assessed value. And then there's a 2% threshold and a 3% threshold. When people reach that property tax cap, that is tax revenue lost to the governmental units. So we will lose $690,000 because of people reaching those tax caps. That's kind of a very simple explanation for that. If you want a longer one, we could sit down and probably talk for 2 or 3 hours. So we're looking at our total revenue being closer or lower than $4 million for 2025. And if we do the GO bond, we cannot reallocate the circuit breaker loss. So that circuit breaker loss will just hit the operations fund, and it cannot be allocated over debt service as well. Okay. Looking at our budgeted expenses for operations fund, broken down by program and by object. $20,000 is our support services, so central office, maintenance, custodial, and transportation. $30,000 is operation services, so our lunch aides, our pool personnel run through this fund or these accounts. $40,000 are building and land improvements. And I actually did budget a little bit more in that sector for this particular budget because, as you know, we do have a lot of general maintenance type projects that we do need, or preventative maintenance projects that we need to do. And I'm hoping if we get the GEO bond that we can also do some of the smaller projects from the operations fund as well. So that is why I did budget that amount in the $40,000. And then looking at our salaries and wages, I just want to get caught up on my notes here so I can notice that our total expenditures are quite a bit more than expected, so that we do expect to cut into our cash balance in the operations fund in 2025. This is even after the fact that a large portion of our salaries, wages, and benefits for the staff that are considered operations come from the referendum fund. We pay all of our maintenance, custodial, and transportation staff from our referendum. So you can only imagine how much that would go up if we had to move that staff to our operations fund. So, just the expected maintenance contracts for our buildings and equipment plus utilities use up our expected revenue in this fund. And like I said, the largest increase that I did for this particular fund was to plan for some preventative type capital expenditures in this fund. We do expect to, like I said, probably eat into our cash balance in 2025. And lastly, we have our operating referendum fund, which is Fund 160. This is solely funded by property taxes. And this fund actually taxes the TIF district, AV, unlike the debt and the operations. So that's why we have extra assessed value in the referendum fund, because that is included in the referendum calculation for taxes. It's used to fund items outlined in our revenue spending plan. So are things like our teacher compensation, salary, and benefits, and then operational expenditures that support learning, which can include our custodial maintenance salaries, wages, and benefits, and student transportation related expenditures. So wages, salaries, and benefits of transportation personnel. As you know, we work with Tippecanoe School Corporation for our bus maintenance, and so our transportation contracted expenditures, and possibly bus purchases as well can come from here. And we're looking at this as a high number once again because we're advertising high, 11.1 million budget for referendum, but that will, we're advertising the AV high for our budget purposes. That number will be closer to 8.143 million that we will actually receive. So total revenue budget is listed there. And then our budgeted expenditures broken down between our educational programs, so our teacher salaries and benefits, and then our support services, our operational type expenditures for wages and salaries and benefits as well. So our total expenditure is $9.725 million. So due to increasing costs, we will rely more upon the referendum fund to fund more teacher salaries and wages, as well as some built-in expenses to relieve the operations fund. That's my plan for 2025. Due to this, we will plan on using some of the cash balance in that fund. We had gone, prior to me, a few years building up the cash balance in that fund prior to the renewal of the referendum, just in case. We believe with how funding is going to work out in 2025, we'll probably have to dip into the cash balance and start spending that cash balance down a little bit. So, I did actually budget some utilities in the referendum fund this year, as well as a bus if needed. Like I said, I feel like I need to take a little bit of relief off of the operations fund, and we do have that cash balance that we do want to spend down a little bit in the referendum fund as well. And we have the rainy day fund. We actually do budget to use our rainy day fund here. A lot of schools don't necessarily budget that every year, but we budget it just in case. The rainy day fund is funded historically by transfers into that fund from other funds. For instance, if, just as an example, if schools saw, when ESSER first came out, a lot of schools use ESSER to fund some teaching positions or para positions, things like that. And they may have had some extra money in their education fund at the end of a year due to that influx of ESSER dollars. They may have transferred some to rainy day to prepare for the future when funding wasn't so great. Okay, that's just an example. Our current balance in that fund is a little over $1 million. It can be used to fund any expenditures made during the operation of a school district if an appropriation is budgeted. And like I said, it must be budgeted in order to actually use that rainy day. So that's why we do budget and appropriation. So it's there in case we need it. And all of ours is in the 20,000 realm for support services. We've budgeted in some maintenance projects if needed. And then like last year, we budgeted in retirement severance for different types of staff members because we have retirement severance. And then final comments to wrap this up. I know I moved pretty quickly. Sorry about that. I've done this for 12 years, so it kind of just flows out. So while the state does not think of us as a complex district, as far as funding goes, we certainly are, and we deal with it on a daily basis. We just don't necessarily meet the definition of complex by the state. Not only is our funding from the state limited, but our tax revenue is also limited due to a number of factors, including limited growth in housing, and the large amount of AV caught up in our TIF districts. We're also dealing with other complex AV factors, such as the change in apartment assessments that we've talked about before. Being that we're in a city, we have a larger number of taxing units that make up the total tax rate, and thus the total tax rates are higher, leading to higher circuit breaker loss. So typically, those of us that are in cities, we have higher circuit breaker loss because we have so many different taxing units going into that total tax rate. And that does mean less money in our operations fund. And then referendum dollars allow us to maintain our current programs and offer competitive wages and benefits to our employees. So I am very grateful for that as I do the budget every year.
Okay. I'm glad you understand it at that level. Gives me hope. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is for the board to hold a preliminary hearing on the.
Nope, we need to do our budget hearing first. Sorry.
Gosh, darn it.
Yes, so I will ask that you please open the budget hearing to hear public comment on the budgeted funds, the capital expenditures plan, and the bus replacement plan that have been posted online and are available to the public.
Okay, does anybody have any comments on the budget? Looks like we're good. Okay, I have opened and closed the budget hearing. I really do have a headache. I'm sorry. Now do I get to read the?
And all the numbers don't help, right?
No,
Yeah,
and
sorry.
the bright red, it's just a lot. Now I get to read the thing. The next item on the agenda is for the board to hold a preliminary hearing on the proposed construction project for a general obligation bond. If you're interested in speaking during the hearing, please make sure you have signed the sign-in sheet. I think I took it away. If you're interested in speaking, you can also raise your hand. After a presentation by administration and its advisors, there will be an opportunity for the public to make comments about the project. At the hearing, we will ask that each person limit their comments to 3 minutes and that the topic be limited to the proposed project under consideration. The notice of this preliminary determination hearing was published as legally required on September 5th and posted on the school corporation website. At this time, I will ask that the representative from Ice Miller explain the purpose of this hearing.
Good evening. Jane Herndon from Ice Miller. I've been in front of the board previously. The purpose of the meeting is pursuant to Indiana Code 6-1.1-20-3.1. Whenever a school corporation has a debt service rate of over 40 cents, they're required to hold 2 public hearings to lay out to the community what those projects entail and the maximum financial terms of the borrowing. This is the first of that hearing.
Great.
One other thing, please. This is a hearing, so it's an opportunity for the community to provide their comments to the board. To the extent that members of the public have questions, it would be appropriate to take those questions down, and then you could post those, for example, on your website in some other way. It's a chance to hear from the public. Thank you.
Okay. We will now hear from Dr. Greiner and Mrs. Kronk about the process of determining and communicating the project to the community and the need for the project.
So Mrs. Kronk will speak to the list of potential priority projects, but before she does that, I would like to state that we've taken many of these projects from the feasibility study conducted in 2022 by Fanning Howie. As you are aware, it is a working document. While dates are aligned to each project, the necessity of projects is situational. An example of that is the tennis courts were listed at a future time on the feasibility study, but we've found that they are in great need of being repaired now. I'd also like to share that we've had initial conversation with Mayor Easter, and I started that back in the middle of August. At our last work session, I was hesitant to talk about that because I didn't want to speak out of turn. And we were in the process of scheduling a meeting with Mr. Larry Oates at that time. And I shared that in Friday Notes with you, as you're aware, but I wanted to state that here today. Now that the meeting has occurred, we believe that the meeting was quite successful. While we can't share specific details yet, I can tell you that if we would move forward with the GEO bond and the tennis court replacement, the city has indicated that they will provide partial financial support. More details can be shared after the RDC meeting, which will occur later this week, I believe Wednesday. At this time, Mrs. Kronk, would you please continue to speak to the potential projects?
Yeah. I just wanted to show you that I do have a copy of the notice of hearings up here, which has the project description listed on it. As Dr. Greiner indicated, we did use the feasibility study to guide the development of the potential project list. That list has been shared publicly once again for this meeting. It's the same document that we shared on August 26th at the work session. We have various preventative maintenance projects and equipment needs across the district that can't necessarily be completed, as our needs currently outweigh available funds in the operations fund, which I kind of alluded to during the budget process there. We currently only receive enough money in the operations fund to take care of annual maintenance contracts, utilities, and other operational expenditures that are required from that fund. Potential projects include district HVAC, lighting, roofing replacements, along with athletic upgrades, potential bus purchases, and other school building upgrades as funding would allow. The list that has been shared publicly is a potential list, as there are known needs, but this process allows us to use the bond funding for other needs that may arise and that fit that project definition that we have. As always, any projects would come to the board for approval as they come up and are needed.
I have a big note that says questions from the board go here. So are there any questions from the board? Okay, super. Oh, you do. Go ahead.
This question had been asked a couple, and I don't know which. Now when I ask, anyway, you'll tell me if I'm not supposed to. Previously had been calculated that the tax revenue increase would be 200,000, and now it's, last year it said it'd be 200,000, and now this year we're saying it's 700,000. How do we calculate that?
So last year, when we presented the fiscal plan, we were real consistent on the tax rate. Like, I'd have to go get the exact number, but we were within mills of what we project the tax rate would be for this year. The big game changer that was the big swing was the circuit breaker loss. Our circuit breaker loss in the prior year was 33%, and this year it's 15%. And so when you issue the bond, you lose that ability to transfer that circuit breaker. So one of our big gains is the circuit breaker number coming down. That makes sense. We're no longer taking any of the circuit breaker loss in the debt fund.
Correct. But, so the revenue though will be, I mean, wherever the revenue.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Can you also explain on the $200,000, because the $700,000 is taking the assessed valuation of today, the 2025.
Okay. And I can come back to that. I can find, it was. So what do you use to get that 700 number in a very layman, if that makes sense?
Do you mind holding this plan up?
Yeah.
Might be easier to show on the screen.
Which page do you want me to go to?
Page 2.
Page 2.
It would probably be page 4 PDF.
Okay.
Let me get my
Here we go.
pointer real quick.
While we're doing that, I'm going to put a sign up if anyone wants to speak.
Okay, so let's go back to 2024 first. So the DLGF did drop our levy this year, but we are also taking circuit breaker loss in this fund of approximately $280,000.
Okay.
Okay, and so the reason the DLGF dropped it is they don't recognize the loss of circuit breaker when they work their budget.
Right.
And they considered us to be at the maximum operating balance, as Crown refers to the 15%.
Okay.
They just won't recognize the circuit breaker loss, so they get to that 15%, even though we're not going to collect it with making the transfer. So if you then take the rate back up to 0.5375, you can see the property tax levy goes from approximately 6.2 to 6,870,000.
Yeah.
There, and we also then don't have the loss of the circuit breaker built in.
Right.
So and then we also built in the $2.8 million, which is the balance in the old 2017 account.
Okay.
And so for our total revenue, then we get to just shy of $10 million for 2025. But the new revenue that you're seeing is we're not taking the loss, and you're seeing that you're picking up that property tax.
So I think my question is, if I understood correct, so I think that makes sense. I'm still processing it all, but if I understood correctly, last year when you came forward and presented to us the idea of taking this bond so that we could increase our tax rate, the comment had been it could bring in an additional $200,000 each year if we got that back up, is what I had written in my notes, but maybe I had just misunderstood something.
Yeah, I got the old business.
Okay.
The 2024. In September. No, actually, at that time, the AV actually came in lower this year.
Okay.
At that time, I was hopeful that the levy would get close to $7 million, closer to $7 million. And it's actually lower at this point.
And remember, in the debt service fund, we can only levy for what we actually need to pay and get to that cash balance that they say that we can carry over. So it's derived from looking at our actual payments of lease and geo bond payments with the interest, and then what amount of that I can carry over to the next year. We can't just arbitrarily ask for a certain amount in our debt service. There is a calculation of what they allow us to levy.
I think I know 200,000.
Okay.
It was actually what I was forecasting as a surplus.
Yeah.
Of 247,000. So
Okay.
I was assuming the rate would go back up to 0.5375, we would stop the transfer. Now, I did not have the $2.8 million built in
Right.
at that time.
Okay, so that
Okay,
may be
and
where
then,
that.
yeah, when you look down here, there was a surplus of $240,000.
Okay,
So I think,
that's maybe where those
yeah,
numbers.
it wasn't $200,000 in revenue, it was much higher than that.
Okay, no, that's helpful.
Surplus.
That's super helpful.
Yeah.
And then I just had one more question. I know I'd asked this ahead of time and I wasn't even sure who gets this. How do we find out a rough estimate of where that additional $700,000 in tax revenue is projected to be paid by? Is it home? I mean, are you talking 5%, 95%? You know, I don't need an exact.
That's it.
How do we find out? Because to me, this
So there-
matters a lot if we're asking our lower home owners to be paying this, you know, because they're not at their 1% cap yet. And
Yeah.
so what percentage?
I can't give you percent, and only because I don't
Okay.
have that data. There's a company out there that does do this work,
Okay.
it's called Policy Analytics,
Okay,
and they have developed a model that is parcel by parcel detail.
Okay.
That's quite an extensive study to do.
okay,
So, but I don't know what they would charge for that,
okay,
but they do that type of work. if that's something the board would want to.
So from your experience, because I don't know this stuff, there's no even rough estimate, we're gonna take, the majority of this is going to become, coming, or are we talking, or is it really, you have no clue whatsoever how much it's going to be taken from the lower income?
All I can respond to is if you're at the circuit breaker, this won't impact them at all. But if they're below the circuit breaker, it would potentially impact the tax.
Which is what if I understood, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understood from the work session is our medium homes and higher are at the circuit breaker. So if we put this in place, we are putting an additional cost at our lower value homes.
Yeah, I can't say.
They're the ones that
they're
would be
median.
affected.
So we do have, as far as the people that are hitting the tax cap, is anybody that has a home value of about $270,000 and higher are hitting the tax cap. Those taxpayers that are in one of the West Lafayette taxing districts, so that it has the additional city tax rate layer. They are hitting the tax cap. And then any rental property would be hitting their tax cap because they have, based on where your tax rates are, and those rental properties have a 2% tax cap. So
they have hit it also. This won't affect them. Is that what you're saying?
right. So your rental properties, long-term care, those are in other residential that are non-homestead all have a 2% tax cap, and they are hitting their cap.
Okay.
For the most part. It all depends on which
But
taxing
in
district
general,
they live
okay.
in, right? So then that would mean that the properties that are subject to the 3% cap, which would be your business properties, commercial, industrial, any of those personal property, those are all subject to a 3% cap. They are not hitting the cap.
Okay.
And then those homes that are below $270,000 are not hitting the cap as well. So this $700,000 that gets levied, the same tax rate will hit everybody's tax bills, but those that are hitting their cap, they will actually see an additional credit, which is that tax circuit breaker tax credit. They will see a higher credit on their tax bill. The other properties that are not hitting their cap, they'll pay the tax rate that we will walk through here. And then, so that 700,000 is spread across all the properties, but the properties that are hitting their cap will see that credit on their tax bill. And that will ultimately mean losses then for the school district for that portion of that 700,000. So those properties that are less than 270,000, they are not at their cap. So they would see the impact that in the numbers that we have in here. But the other thing with those properties that are below the 270,000, the homestead deductions that they get actually benefit them more than those higher home values do. If you look at just how that calculation is, the net assessed value or the taxable value that they get taxed on is quite a bit lower as a percentage of their market value, their gross assessed value. So as Mike mentioned, without having that parcel level analysis, we can't say exactly here's where it's all going to come from because it is so dependent on the individual property's value and where that property sits as far as which taxing district it sits in. But in generalities, we can say who's already at their cap.
So you don't have I guess, so we're looking at commercial and lower value homes who are not at their cap. So this is going to affect them the most, and you're not sure, are we talking 50-50, 10-90?
Well, we know what I guess we know what their impact is based on this calculation of what we know the tax rate is. And so based off of their value, what that would look like to them.
It would be going back to the level in the prior.
Right.
Last year,
right,
with the first year, it's been below 0.5375. for a number of years since.
No, right, my concern is just the taxes, and if we are passing this and we're mainly hurting our lower value homes in our community to get this, that's a different conversation than if we're affecting others. And so that's why that, concerns me, and that's who we're going after if that,
Yeah, and
so that's why.
it's the fairness question, where a lot of people are already at 1% and they're not at 1%.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? So they are getting a bigger break right now than those that are at the cap, because those that are at the cap paying the cap plus the referendum.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Riley, I don't know where you are with this information, but I don't feel like there are a lot of home values under $271,000 in West Lafayette. So is this primarily a business impact, not an individual homeowner impact? Thanks.
So my calculation is basically from 0.49 to 53, right? So that's 4 cents per $100. So multiple by our 1.2 billion. So we end up with 480,000 actual credit, right? Something like that.
The rate's going up 4%.
Yeah. So and then our assessment value total 1.2 million. 1.2 billion.
Yes,
billion.
The net EV only went up a little better than 1%. Correct.
So we end up with something like a 480,000 actual
Dollars from moving the rate up.
and also we have some maybe money 200 from the credit circuit break. So
Yes.
so totally something
That
like
loss now will be in the operations fund.
that's right. That's what I'm saying. We switch the cost from the debt service to the operation. So we may need more money from referendum to compensate the operation.
Referendum and or the projects on your list, you're able to bond for that you couldn't do out of your operations.
Okay. So when we consider all kind of scenario, did we consider, in case our AV going down in next couple of years when the economy get bad? Right now, I understand the current assumption is keep just assume the price no change. But in case there's something, several years ago they changed, right?
Right. And I will tell you, there will be lots of conversation about property taxes in this next legislative session.
Yeah, that's also another uncertainty. So,
But I would also say it would be hard for you to make a decision today on what might happen. There's just so many variables out there that all I would say is you wouldn't be alone. Everybody, every school corporation in the state would be impacted, the counties, the cities, the towns, all the governmental units would be impacted by that. So I can't sit here today and say this is what they're going to do, because where it starts at the beginning of the session, where it ends up, will probably look different as it makes its way through the session. But there will be a lot of conversation around property tax. I'm personally kind of optimistic that they'll find some sort of replacement income for that. I've heard comments say we want to be the lowest property tax state in the country. I've heard that stated, and that's fine, but it takes so much to run government, and you're going to have to find a replacement revenue for that.
that's right.
And so I would think you might hear more conversations about local option income tax. I know there will be conversations for municipalities around local option income tax. And there are a few schools now that get some local option income tax. Long story, you're not one of them. But there were former counties called County Adjusted Gross Income Tax. And they used the school to get a portion of that income tax. But if they try to cut property tax too far, I'm optimistic that there will be some form of replacement tax to follow. What that looks like, I can't sit here today and explain either. But my point being is, you have an opportunity here in to take advantage of some of this 2017 bonds that are sitting there that are not being used right now. And you have projects of great need, and so this would be a way for you to kind of capture all of that in one issue.
Okay, and another follow-up question regarding the operation fund. From you planning basically for the reduction of the operation fund revenues due to the circuit break, my understanding you try to use the savings from the operation fund basically to compensate that is correct, right? Okay. So that's, but I think we still have some savings in case something happened.
Yeah, from a cash, you heard me state this at our meeting in August.
Okay.
You're in a very strong cash position.
So you think the cushion is enough to handle some, I mean, downturns?
Yeah.
Okay.
You will have to reevaluate at the end of the next session. You know, there will be a new school funding formula.
Okay.
You'll know what the foundation in that formula has done for the next 2 years. You'll know what they've done with property tax, and you'll know if they put any kind of replacement revenue.
Okay.
But it will be an interesting session as all this makes its way through.
In terms of this, thank you for your answer. In terms of this GO bond, basically at the first year we will pay off 2.8. So
Correct.
Basically we are just a loan something like a 3.4 million, something like that.
Yeah, basically what we had built in there, let's see, 2.8, I think, right?
2.8 total we have proposed 6.2, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then that payment drops down to, let me see.
Then it drops down to about
900,000.
900,000
Okay.
in 2026, and it drops down slightly over time through 2030.
Back to
Again,
we have more,
maintaining that, assuming no assessed value growth, and maintaining that same
kind of
53
back
cent
to our
tax rate.
that capacity, so we can back to the normal right now. Okay.
So of the $6.2 million that's being considered, you have 2.8 million of it.
Okay. Yeah, I
Sitting
see
there.
that arrangement. Okay.
So,
Sound great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think that's a good segue into Lindsay's actual presentation.
Good evening, Lindsay Simonetto with Baker Tilly, and this presentation that I will walk through is very similar to what we walked through a couple weeks ago, but we'll take a look first at your existing debt structure, and then do you want me to move this?
please. Yes.
Okay. And then the proposed financing, the pertinent financial information related to the proposed financing, and layering that into your existing debt structure. And then we'll conclude by talking about the taxpayer implications. So slide 3 here, this is a graph of all the bonds that you currently have outstanding. Those payments range from about $6 to $7 million annually and are all fully repaid by the end of 2039. Slide 4 is really more there for your reference. It's the detail behind that graph to show the different bonds that make up your existing bond structure. We also do have on there the call dates. What those are the dates that these bonds could be refinanced. So focusing on those 2017 bonds, there's a call date there of July 15th, 2027. So what that means is in 2027, if interest rates are favorable, you have the opportunity to go and refinance those bonds to ultimately, assuming interest rates are lower than where they were on those bonds, and you get savings. So just like if you would refinance a mortgage, something like that. So all those bonds have those call dates over that time frame there. And then on slide 5,
this is a calculation of your general obligation bonding capacity. Every taxing unit in the state of Indiana has a limit to how much they can issue that is general obligation, so meaning it's issued in the name of the school corporation. And this is a calculation that is tied to your net assessed value. And we have the formula here. It's 2% of 1/3 of your assessed valuation. We did pull in here what your 2025 assessed value is. So based on that formula, the available general obligation bonding capacity that you have is $8.5 million. So with this financing, as we walk in and talk about the summary of the financial information related to the proposed financing here on slide 7, one of the things I want to point out is that one of the big purposes of these hearings is to set maximum parameters. So these are numbers that you can come down from but can't exceed, kind of like the budget numbers that Michelle walked through. So here, the borrowing amount as a maximum here is $6.2 million, which is expected to provide available proceeds for the project after taking into account costs of issuing the bonds of $6 million. And these bonds are assumed to be issued and closed in December, so that would be the date that you would get money in the bank. And they would be repaid over approximately 6 years. And the interest expense over that life of the bonds at an interest rate assumption of 5%, which is higher than what we're seeing in current market. So again, we're setting those maximum parameters, is almost $724,000. And then we have provided on here then what the estimated increases to the debt service tax rate. So if we compare it back to where the debt service tax rate was in 2023 and for several years prior to that, this is bringing it back up to that level. But we do recognize that this year the tax rate is lower. And so it does represent about 4.66 cent increase over where the debt service tax rate is this year. And I think that is demonstrated a little bit more on the graph if you on that chart here. So the gray bars, those all represent the bonds currently outstanding. We walked through in the earlier chart. And then the yellow bars represent this proposed financing. As has been mentioned here, there is money in an older bond account that has been purposed to pay for debt service. And so as part of this financing, it contemplates using that money to pay these bonds more quickly. And so if you look in 2025, there's the patterned portion of the bar versus the solid portion. So that patterned is what is anticipated to be paid with those leftover bond proceeds. The solid bars are what are anticipated to be paid with the property tax levy. The black line, the solid line there, that represents your estimated debt service tax rate. So again, in 2023, it was about 53 cents, dropped down to about 49 cents, and with this financing is brought back up to that 53-cent level. And assuming no assessed value growth, again, stays and maintains at that level through 2030 when these bonds have their final maturity. And then starts to drop down, and then after that, after these bonds get paid off. The other line I'll draw your attention to is the dotted line, which is, it's that carryover, that cash balance that you're allowed to carry in your debt service fund, again, as Mrs. Cronk mentioned. So with this financing, this is, and the way this has been structured, it's assumed that with those circuit breaker losses that are being shifted over to operations, you do now have some cash that you can carry in that debt service fund, that carryover. And that's what this is assuming here as part of that. And so that's just another piece to be able to utilize. It's a cash that's available, as you mentioned, concern of AV reduction, something like that. You could utilize that cash to help manage the tax rate if you chose to do that. And then on the last slide here, this is the taxpayer impact. We have provided home values here ranging from $150,000 up to $600,000. And these are assumed to be homestead properties, which means it would be the taxpayer's primary residence. So they are eligible for homestead deductions. So for example, focusing in on the number in the middle, the $308,100, which represents the median home value. That property's market value or its gross assessed value might be this $308,000 figure, but what it gets taxed on after taking into account the homestead deductions is $169,000. So for that property, with this additional tax rate or bringing the tax rate back up to the 53-cent level, that equates to about $6.57 per month, or just under $79 per year. We've provided the same information for commercial or rental property, and those properties are not eligible for those same homestead deductions. So this is intended to be a multiplier. It's per $100,000. So if you had $1 million property, you could multiply this number by 10. So again, for that per $100,000, the impact of that 4-cent tax rate is $46.60 per year, or about $3.88 per month. And we did provide a little bit of a note at the bottom of that slide, just talking through that, the whole circuit breaker piece of who is hitting their caps, just letting you know where those the property value that is hitting their cap this year. In a specific taxing district, which is a good portion of the overall tax base in the district. And that's all I have.
All right. We will now open the public hearing. Mr. Lyle, did anybody sneak over there and sign up to speak while I was watching? I don't believe so. Nope. Okay, thank you. That's it. Okay, thank you to all who participated in the hearing. We appreciate your time and interest in the project and the future of our community. Please note that this is just the first step in the legal process. No board action is legally required at this hearing. Rather, this hearing was solely to hear public comment. The board will continue to work with the administration and its professionals to look for efficiencies to conserve tax dollars while meeting our educational needs. This board will hold a second public hearing in this room on October 7th at 6 p.m. Thus endeth the official hearing. Now I have to find my spot again. Okay.
And
back to you. More charts.
Thank you, ladies. I appreciate everything you shared this evening. For a finance update and object breakdowns included in your board packets for expenses during the period of August 8th through September 11th. I've included 2 fund reports again for you this month. The first is a month-end final fund report for July after all revenue and expenses have been posted and the bank has been reconciled. School Corporation ended the month of July with $22,687,225 in all funds and $5,452,909 in the education fund. I've also included the preliminary fund report for August, but we're still in the process of reconciling that month. In closing, for my notes, I'd like to thank our central office staff for their hard work this summer. Summer is actually one of our busiest times of the year, and they're an important part of what we do. My staff taking care of the day-to-day items allows me to concentrate on things like the budget this evening. So I want to say thank you to all of our staff, including Ms. Julian over there.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the next item is, of course.
You do a great job of sharing information that's pertinent to the board and the community. I had noticed that the payroll claims accounts payable, like it seems like there's now 3 documents that we're supposed to sign.
That is because that one was not posted yet at the meeting the last time, because we were still doing processing of that particular payroll, so it wasn't posted, so it wouldn't show up in the actual expenditure report, and so that's why there's a separate one.
Okay, so it's just this month because of that.
Yeah, and it may happen this next month again, so there's no promise. It's just timing of everything.
Got it.
So, yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. The processing of payroll is actually what takes the longest. Well, the whole thing takes a long time, but the processing after actual payroll takes the longest to make sure that everything gets posted to the proper deductions and things like that. So, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now to you, Dr. Greiner.
Just do a couple of shout outs. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank Mayor Easter and the City of West Lafayette representatives. As I said earlier, we did have a productive meeting with Mr. Larry Oates about the potential partnership to address preventative maintenance needs for our tennis courts. The city recognizes the courts are used by both students and the community and is interested in expanding recreational opportunities such as pickleball. Mr. Oates has offered substantial funding support for renovations if we include pickleball striping for community use when not in school use. Mr. Oates will take a proposal to the board proposing the partnership with us of financial support to help address our courts as we move forward with possible GEO bond and address the courts in the near future. I'd also like to stress my appreciation to our partnership with West Lafayette Schools Education Foundation. We are working on a memorandum of understanding at this time, as I shared in Friday notes. WLCSC will begin fundraising for renovations to the junior senior high school ground floor, including locker rooms and PE areas. And the agreement would cover expectations for fundraising, timelines, contributions from West Lafayette Community School Corporation, cash flow, fund transfers, and naming rights. We'll keep the board updated as the partnership progresses and certainly keep you apprised to the developments of a memorandum of understanding. I'd like to report that over the past few weeks, I've had the great pleasure of attending 2 parent council meetings with Mrs. Kroc and Mrs. Roth. We're committed to strengthening these connections and supporting our amazing parent volunteers. And we look forward to visiting again second semester. Beyond these scheduled meetings, we've also made it clear to the parent councils that we will come and attend anytime and address questions or talk about how we can be supportive. I want to personally thank all of our families for their continued volunteer support, which plays a vital role in the successes of our learning environment for all of our students here at Westside. It is amazing when you see our parent volunteers in action. I can't be more excited for our community when I witness it. Finally, some of you may have been aware that there's been some discussion about the upcoming school board election, including petitions for candidates and signatures of support. Recently, petitions were posted on the website, and I just wanted to share with you what I shared originally in my communication to you as a board, that I signed a petition for Mrs. Amy Austin upon her request in appreciation in support of her service and willingness to run again. While there seems to be some controversy around petition signatures, I did want to clarify that I would have signed for any candidate running, whether currently on the board or prospective board members campaigning now. I would not deny a signature when requested, assuming they meet qualifications to run. I was not asked by anyone else to sign a petition, but I just wanted to make clear that I would have. I appreciate those willing to serve on the board, and while it may sometimes feel like a thankless responsibility, it is a vital role in ensuring the success of our schools and students. And I want to thank each and every one of you that are running for re-election and running today for election for the first time. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm very quick, so we're going to go this way tonight just for fun. Next week, I'm looking forward to attending the Hoosier Women Forward Luncheon with Representative Chris Campbell. and that'll be in Indianapolis. So I get lunch. Go ahead, Don.
The foundation and the West Lafayette Alumni Association are hosting an alumni tailgate this Friday, September 20th. Prior to the homecoming football game, details are available on the WLCSC.org website. The class of 1974 will be celebrating its 50th reunion this weekend, September 20 to 22. They have many activities planned, including a tour of the junior-senior high school. The Wall of Pride class of 2025 will be announced in conjunction with homecoming on September 20. This will be the 7th class to be inducted into the Wall of Pride. The foundation will be hosting a luncheon for retired staff on October 22nd. Last year's lunch was a lot of fun, and they are looking forward to another enjoyable day together at the Whitaker Inn. The Scarlet and Gray Dinner and Auction will be held on Saturday, March 1, 2025 at the Beck Agricultural Center. Save the date and plan to attend. And the first community council meeting is set for November 4th. And one other comment, just to set the record straight, at our August meeting, Don Collar spoke about the negativity of Mrs. Mumford's monthly commentary. After the meeting, there was an assertion by Mrs. Mumford that Mrs. Austin, our board president, and Mr. Collar are neighbors, and in turn, Mr. Collar was allowed to speak longer than the stated allotted 3 minutes. I reached out to Mr. Collar about this assertion, and he responded as follows, and gave me his okay, some might use the word consent, to share this. No collusion or conspiracy. I had never met Amy, do not know where she lives, spoke to her for the first time after the meeting that night. Everything that I said is exactly my impression and opinion of the current situation. As I said, there was no conspiracy or collusion on Amy's part. No one put me up to it. My reaction to what I read is my reaction only. Thanks.
Thank you. My mother-in-law is coming for her 60th reunion this fall, and that's nuts. And she also did her student teaching at Cumberland. So anyway, go ahead, Brad.
Okay, so RDC meeting was on 8/21/24. We had first reading of basically the TIF district allocations. We do this every year, and we'll be doing it again in our next meeting, but suffice it to say, we're up to 7 TIF districts now. Sagamore's up to almost $1 million. KCB's 5.9. Levy Village is 14.8. 231 North, 648,000, and 231 Purdue is $6.1 million. If you were adding it all up, it's $28.4 million a year that we can use for capital projects in the city of West Lafayette. Major projects that you've seen, Cason Park is still under construction, and it's moving right along. We are exploring, and more than exploring, we're going to do a new public safety center, and the rough budget on that's probably $60 million plus. Also, there's been some exploratory work already on a new pre-K center. SK Hynix is moving that up. City's already has some overtures of some land that will be available for them to use. And so there'll be some dollars invested in that going forward. But suffice it to say, we've got some pretty significant TIF district activity. That's all I got for you.
Go ahead.
Sorry. First of all, I would like to join Dr. Greiner regarding, I totally agree with you, and I would also like to thank all the candidates, especially the new ones, school board candidates, especially the new ones who are willing to serve our district and contribute to our great community by sharing their passion, expertise, and perspectives. And also, I communicated with Dr. Greiner that even though I didn't ask him for a signature only because I didn't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable, and so I only ask a signature from friends and neighbors. But I do believe that if I ask, and I will surely get his signature, so there's no issue. And another thing is kind of related to, I didn't have opportunity to share, but I feel our current policy process probably need to be revised. I feel maybe at some point we need to have a meeting to discuss a better way, more efficient and more inclusive. And for example, I just brainstorm maybe we can not only have one committee, we may have several sub ones, and when we divide and conquer to have multiple, you know, for example, let's say we have 3 subcommittees and they each take care of 5, how many, whatever number of policies to focus on that. Other people can contribute, but these two people can lead that that several pieces, and also invite some community members who are particularly passionate about a particular policy to brainstorm, contribute, and to the discussion. Maybe that can make it more efficient.
We doubled our progress tonight.
Yeah, but anyway, it's not necessarily the best idea, but I'm just think maybe we should have a meeting to discuss the process. And I personally work with my students, especially doctoral students, regularly on their dissertation, and we don't have a meeting to discuss all the revisions because that won't be efficient. Instead, we do, you know, smaller meetings, and then after we feel this is ready, then we share that with the committee members. And usually, most of the problems have already been fixed. So just something to discuss.
I appreciate that. Thank you. My email is always open for better ideas.
Okay. For class, we will have meeting tomorrow. So.
Okay. Thank you. Rachel?
Dr. Yen, I don't think we have one. I will get back with you. The new interim director sent emails, and I didn't have it. I just found out that it was sent to the wrong address. I don't think Dr. Handback had either. But let me double check that, and I'm so glad you said that. I didn't realize that so you got an email? I think I just want you to know, I will double check that and let you know.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel?
Just as a side note, as we've been talking about different projects, for those of you who have not been watching the scenery outdoors, it is completely dark and has been completely dark since about 8:15. Our band directors joined us after they dismissed practice at 8:30 tonight. So they dismissed the entire band in full darkness. And so when we talk in practical terms about projects like field lighting, that is a really front and center example of what we're talking about when those issues come up. Board teacher discussion did not meet. It did not occur in August for lack of agenda items. It is scheduled to meet this Thursday, so I'll have a report next month. I will also be attending the ISBA fall meeting on September 23rd and 24th. I will be representing our region for the awards committee as well as the 2024 delegate assembly to the ISBA. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Lawrence?
First of all, I have some appreciations. I got notes from parents regarding our pre-K classroom. He said the pre-K classroom teachers are very kind and professional. The program are well developed, and the classroom is clean, and the education environment is safe. My kids is very happy with the classroom experience. So I just feedback to our school administration. I appreciate, I think without the leadership of building, the support from leadership of the buildings, Mr. Annie and also Russ from central administrations, we won't be able to have that. So that's really appreciated. Another thing is I appreciate Dr. Granner's email to the so-called September update, right? The emails to all the staff faculties regarding what's going on with our the key initiatives in our school district, the GO bond, the strategic planning, board policies, that kind of thing. So I think these will be good communication channels. We keep all stakeholders informed and fully aligned with our school's priority and also the values. So I appreciate that. And regarding the park, they have a municipal pool end season in August 4th. So they serve, during the summer, they serve more than 8,000 swimmers and more than 500 group license. And they have after-school program is running very well. They have 40 student enrollment, and their youth program coordinators, they're working on their school bus driver's license. So if they can get a license, the driver license or school bus, they can move the student around much easier. So that's the bus issue. They try to fix that issue. And they also have the preschool program. The enrollment is a little bit low, but they think that they can make that better. And Carson Family Park construction is running very well on schedule. And tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, the park have tours. So tours will be available. So anybody are welcome to go there. And the grand opening will be May 22nd, 2025. So they are pretty sure everything going well. Another things regarding last meeting, what we have changed the West Lafayette Park and the Recreation. They have their own foundation, so they changed their foundation's bylaws because they recently realized they are not they are so-called public charity supporting organization destination. So it's so-called 509A destination. So they changed their bylaws. And from our school, our park and recreation board's point of view, this kind of destination, they have to pass the 4 tests. And one of the tests is the supporting organization have to be controlled by supported organization, which is the park and recreation department. So what we did is, the way to do that is you have to appoint majority of the board of directors of the foundation. So what we did last meetings, we nominate 6 persons for that their board of director, and also we vote to appoint 6 members for Park and the Recreation Foundation board. So that's something happened during the last meeting. Thank you.
The Public Schools Foundation Big Fundraiser Cupcake Run is this Sunday, September 22nd. They have a traveling trophy for schools who have the most registered, and Harrison is in first, and West Lafayette Elementary is currently in second. So it's a great community event. Tons of teachers, administrators, students, and families turn out for that. So that's this Sunday, and it's not too late to register.
Okay. We will have the next meeting here because we're waiting on furniture, and that will be on October 7th, the work session at 5 and the regular meeting at 6. There are several dates of interest which you can read for yourselves on the agenda, and I would like a motion, please. Moved by Rachel, seconded by Lawrence. All those in favor of adjourning this meeting? That's everyone, Mrs. Julian. We are adjourned. Thank you.